officials. So if you want some of them officials ready to play, it's 10-minute warning. It looks like the buses having a slack again, so if you are in for a start or a warm-up, you need your breakfast, looking on in here, and he'll be here all day. Trust confirmed, the morning slot's the same as yesterday, but there's been change, and it will be slightly different to accommodate someone.
Saxons team sheet. I'll just drop it down here so you can nip down. There you go. That's alright, no problem. Roll will be up in a minute. I'm going over the other side just because the Wi-Fi is quicker on that end. I'll also drop into the WhatsApp the amended timing for this afternoon. So I've just dropped into the WhatsApp group just saying that the afternoon we're now in 1 hour slots, not 1 hour and 10. So it'll be from the women's 35, I think, I don't know, I'll have a look at the schedule, but I'll put it in. But it means we finish half an hour early. I'll get after it, send it back out again.
at 10 a.m.
A very good morning to you from Nottingham Rugby Club at Lady Bay in Nottingham. It's once again a dry and at the moment sunny day here in Nottingham. I'm Jonathan Bullard and welcome to day 2 of the Seniors and Masters England Touch Rugby National Championships. This morning we're starting off with the men's 40s clash between the South West Saxons in the blue strip and the West Wildcats in the black and orange strip. I'm delighted to say joining me this morning on commentary for this first game is head referee Rob Budd. Morning, Rob.
Good morning. How are we doing today? Looking forward to a good game.
Yes, it should be a good game. Both teams playing twice yesterday. The Saxons not doing so well, unfortunately. 2 losses, 8-3 to the South East Taipans and then 10-8 to the West Wildcats. There's only 3 teams in this group, so they're playing each other twice in a round robin. No final for this group. The West Wildcats faring better, that 10-8 victory against the Saxons and a 12-7 loss to the South East Taipans. So, Rob, what are we expecting from this one this morning?
I think having looked down as I walked up to here, I was having a look at the teams, and I think it looks like there's a fair few sort of newer players or less experienced players, certainly on the Saxons team. So I think hopefully they'll have picked up a bit of better habits from yesterday. They'll be a bit clearer on how they're going to attack and what they're looking to achieve. So hopefully something a little bit slicker and a bit of back and forth up and down the pitch.
Again, we've got the wind today, so you can probably hear that on the microphones, as it is the South West Saxons who go straight on the attack from the tap-off, at the 7 metre already.
It's John Harding on the wing there, who refs a fair bit as well. He just reeled it in and then couldn't quite get himself over the line.
However, is that the first try of the morning? Yes, it is. So a great start for the South West Saxons. Let's have a look at this one again on the replay.
Yeah, I think the link there just kind of got a little bit too tight in, a bit too worried about the mid, defending the mid, who actually had a player covering them, and just left the wing sort of hung out to dry a little bit for that 2-on-1.
So John Harding with the first try of the morning, less than a minute played, and after 2 losses, Rob, that is exactly what the Southwest Saxons would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, they had the tap off at the start of the game, so they would have targeted getting them their noses in front, and I think obviously now they'll be looking, can they hold on and maybe extend it and sort of put some pressure back on the West. West, I think, have always had a slightly stronger men's senior and men's masters teams, so...
Yeah, it's the West who do go straight up the field from the halfway line.
It's fine to move it around like this, but what you want is when you actually take it into the touch that you're engaged and you attack immediately off the back of it, and instead they've moved it round, they've brought all the defenders up fine, but they've not sort of then managed to strike off the back of that. It looks like they're looking to set something like that up now.
Yeah, he's just looking for those holes. We found that yesterday. It was happening a lot where there was a lot of play along the 7-metre line in all categories, just looking for that hole or that gap to go for the line.
Yeah, it's just, it's indicative of teams who haven't had a lot of time together and haven't had a lot of time to rehearse together. So over the mark, their player just wasn't quite prepared for that roll ball, so it'll be a turnover and it'll be a penalty for West. So it's a bad sign, for want of a better phrase, when you've got a team that are sort of moving it side to side in front of the defence and not engaging them and striking off the back of those roll balls. So I think West would probably look at that and say, actually, we need to really make sure we get our systems in place. Now, I'm pretty sure it's Dougie Benzie who's got the ball there.
Yeah.
Very experienced guy, so I think he'll be directing affairs now that he's on.
Yeah, we saw these on the stream against the Taipans yesterday in the 12-7 loss, but it was Dougie Benzie who seemed to be running everything for the West. Everything good was going through him.
There's Dougie and the Amro now with the ball as well, another really experienced player, but I think again they're testing a little bit, but you just want to see them actually set up and hit. Here you go, little sweeper here, and they've gone to the short side. I just couldn't reel it in. That's a sort of 10 past 9 a.m. mistake, I think. Everyone's arms and hands and everything else haven't quite warmed up yet.
Well, unlike last week, we cannot blame the weather or the wet or the rain for that one, because it's been perfectly dry this weekend so far, thankfully.
Yeah, no, you can't blame conditions, but it is a funny one when you sort of start first thing in the morning. Mind you, they're falling around all over the place, so maybe there is something out there. But yeah,
I think there's a bit of, I think just walking around this morning outside, there's all grass at the bottom of the gantry, and I think there is a bit of dew about, to be fair, because my trainers were quite wet when I came back up the ladder to the gantry, so I think we can give them that one.
I think there is also an intensity thing when you expect these weekend tournaments. You kind of, an hour ago they were sort of queuing up in the breakfast room thinking about everything else, and all of a sudden you're out here playing, and sometimes you just need the kind of the mind and the body to fully wake up and engage with what you're doing. So I hate being on first slot today, personally. I absolutely hate it, whether as a player or a ref. So maybe they're just sort of getting themselves back in shape.
Yeah. And of course, both teams having played 2 40-minute games yesterday as well. Okay, they've had a night's rest, but it's still going to take a toll on the body, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's coming into it off the back of COVID. You're not quite as sort of primed for the level of the repetitive going back to exercising and playing as you might have been in a normal season. So I think that's a tricky one. The Saxons player dropping very deep there to try and put a bit of pressure on the defence, and here he is now.
Was a player over on the right-hand side. That was Richard Biddle. Ball didn't reach him, but still possession for the West Wildcats on the 7-metre.
So what we want to see here, and you can see Emily Simon, the ref, waving her hands forwards to sort of push the players forwards, is for them to get up off their line. Now the problem is Wildcats are playing around with the ball in that marked 7-metre zone, and when the ball's in there, the team don't need to move up. So what they need to do is take the ball out, get the defence off the line, and they've started to do that there, then strike. Nice. This is what I was hoping for, and they've actually got that overlap.
And that's going to be a try. Yes, it is.
Fantastic. Can we tell everyone that I said that's what they need to do?
Yeah. It's on record. It's been recorded. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. So
scoop short side, and again, it's the wing becomes the last line of defence, but it's not really his fault. He's got 2 players to sort of choose between. It is that they just sort of didn't quite cover that shorter side after the sweeper play.
Great quick play and quick hands there by Matt James. found the open man.
He's a really good player, Matt Jones. He plays for Cheltenham in the DTS, and yeah, he's a really, really good player. I think people sort of underestimate him, but he can really shift. He's got some good hands. Yeah, he's a good player.
The Saxons looking to get their lead back straight away.
That was Mikey Rower doing a little forward roll there, I think, just because he knows he's on camera, he's just showing off. So again, it's a relatively experienced team here. I'm pretty sure our link is Will Tenbroke, who's sort of played a fair bit of England stuff. Mikey Rower on the ball now as well. So there's some players there who should be sort of clear on what they're doing. Again, it's just working out what they want to engage on.
It's like you say, drawing them out of the 7 metres now. There may be the gap there is, and that is going to be another try.
I think the defence almost miscounted there. I think they just kind of lost who was covering who on that one.
Let's watch this again. It's Will Tenbroke. Loads of space just to go in and put the ball down, and the Southwest Saxons do retake the lead.
Yeah, I think the problem started there. The touching player, even though they were very much obviously going to the long side, they were going to the side they had more players on, he sort of kept his body facing away, and it just meant that everyone gets drawn in to cover his kind of line side, and it just opens up that space. So a little bit of a defensive lapse, but a well taken chance as well.
So the West Wildcats now looking to draw level once again. Now, was there a touch there? No, there wasn't.
Still got that little turn of pace. He just manages to get through that gap. It was a nice simple opportunity there. So they ran that short side, they ran that sweeper, then sent it back the other way, and Amro's just quick enough to run through the gap. A little bit of a pile up in the backfield as well, but we'll pretend we haven't seen that.
And clever dummy as well, because he faked the pass which fooled the defender, and that just gave him that little bit of space.
Yeah, there's such an art to a good dummy, and it's not just there's a few players who'll just kind of pump the ball around with their hands, and you can tell that they're never actually going to let go of it. But it's, you know, when the eyes go and all those other kind of things, you start to think, oh, hang on, now I really have got to work out what you're going to do here. Amro's a very wily player, he's a very experienced player, so I wouldn't want to be defending him right now this morning.
So Southwest at the 7 metre again, and again it's opened up, and again it's another try, and again the Southwest Saxons take the lead.
Oh, we love it. This is expansive back and forth stuff. So Matt made the touch there. I think if you look at the hip position of the link there, number 46, again, you don't want to be facing inwards. You want to be positioned inwards and facing outwards, because otherwise you end up in that situation where all of a sudden you've got to change direction, come in and try and protect sort of short side.
Mark Glendinning getting the touchdown there. Southwest Saxons go 3-2 ahead. I mean, it was a close one yesterday with the West Wildcats winning 10-8.
Yeah, I've got to say, this is a corker so far, yeah.
And as the way this has started, we're not even halfway through the first half, and already we've had 5 tries. So
yeah, that's a really nice example there of what you do, unless they score.
And
I was about to say how well defended that earlier phase was from the Saxons, but they sort of let it go a bit there. Nice from the Wildcats.
Straight across the line. Spare man out on the left wing, and it was an easy touchdown in the end for Ben Blackburn. And we've seen him score a few tries this weekend.
He's a really good player. He's a lovely guy as well. He's in the competition this year for my nicest man in touch competition, Ben. So yeah, really nice lad, and a very good player as well.
He's got himself on the score sheet in this first half already. Scored a couple of tries in the game we saw on the stream yesterday. And again, here come the Saxons. It's back and forth. It's some great attacking rugby being played.
And they're just not quite got enough space here to attack in. No ball down there.
So breakdown, and the West Wildcats will have the ball on their own 7 metre line. So a good drive needed here with 6 touches from deep in their own half.
Yeah, I mean, we're a decent way into the half, so I'm sure they'll look to get some subs on, but you think about can you set up an opportunity to strike at the end of it? So that's third there. They might be about to get over halfway. I think, yeah, they'll just get over halfway here.
And that's the aim, isn't it? 3 touches to halfway.
Yeah, typically. Yeah, I mean, well, if you can make it less, then everyone's always sort of delighted with that. Oh, they've got some nice little cuts here. Yeah, is that Alan Hubbleday going through the middle there?
Let's have a look. And again, it was quick hands
Yeah, I mean, it sort of feeds into what we were talking about. They didn't slow down their pace up the pitch, which meant that when they got into that sort of opportunity to attack, the Saxons were still recovering their field position. If you drive up and you're sort of a little bit slow, and a little bit sluggish, then the defending team are nice and structured by the time you get there. But no, really nice little drive up the pitch, and then some nice sort of handiwork to move the ball around and create a hole for them to score through.
So the West Wildcats take the lead for the first time in this game, 4-3. Saxons coming straight back though, they're already at the 7 metre.
I mean, this kind of game, you feel like it's really big if you don't score off that tap off. So, oh, there you go.
Great pass and down.
It's the sort of, sometimes these games can be quite binary in that either you'll have what you might call a bit of a grind where there's no scores, which means that one team will drive off their line towards the other line, then the other team will drive off their line, come all the way back. Or what you get is something like you've got here, where because every team is scoring, every team starts on halfway with 6 touches, which means they should themselves get into an opportunity to score, and you get these higher scoring games. It creates its own pressure now, because if you're Matt Janes there taking the tap off, you know that there's a lot of pressure on you to get that score, because it seems like it's kind of that kind of day. You've got to keep yourself in the game. If you miss these opportunities, then you're creating pressure on yourself.
So the West looking to regain the lead, and they didn't hold it for long. However, at the 7 metre already, I think that's 4 touches. So a couple of touches to play with here.
I always enjoy a player who's a ball spinner when they've just got it in their hands. It always makes me really nervous because I think, well, it's hard enough to keep hold of it anyway. Why are you flicking it around? But it's a little bit there.
Goes out to the left wing. It's well taken, but unfortunately that's 6 touches.
They never really had the Saxons defence kind of stretched on that. So threw the long ball, but equally you had the winger kind of standing there waiting for it to land to make the touch. And again, we'll see if Saxons can really put some pressure on as they sub off here. I think they might struggle to. They've been caught a little bit there. I think third's going to be, I think they're going to struggle to get anywhere near the halfway and struggle to get past the 10 on fourth. So this one's a little bit more of a slower drive, a little bit of a trickier dive. They'll still try and set something up, and they'll probably scoop off fifth.
So we're already 30 minutes into this half. It's flew by, but I think that's probably due to the amount of tries that we've had so far. Chance now for the West Wildcats. It's not quite at halfway, but it's a little better than being back on their own 7 metre line.
No, and it does present an opportunity for them to actually put the pressure down. So Saxons had that drive, they didn't manage to get that score. Now all of a sudden they can put a bit of pressure down and say, right, well, can we get up your end and score? But I think it's a slightly less experienced group of players on. Oh no, that is Dougie, isn't it? So no, there you go. I'm sure he's got a plan.
I think that was forward.
It came off a Saxons player and then they regathered it. So if it had just come off a Saxons player and gone to ground, it would have been 6 more for Wildcats. But because the Saxons player actually caught it, they're good to go now. And actually they'll gain a touch, so that should be second. And there's an offside penalty there as well.
So fresh set of 6 for the Saxons.
Lee frantically trying to tell the Wildcats that they don't need to go all the way back. There you go, there they are now.
Handling error, that was not what they wanted, and that gives the Wildcats a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you've gone from a set of 6 near halfway that you could have turned into an attacking opportunity to now all of a sudden pretty much defending on your line. So it could be huge for West, this one.
Again, looking to draw the Saxons out to find those gaps. Down it goes, and now quick hands. It will go out to the wing.
It's a good long ball, yeah, and a really nice finish.
Really good try, and the West Wildcats retake the lead. It's 5-4.
I think it was over the second Dougie had that 3-on-2 in his hands, because the one thing the man can absolutely do is put those opportunities away. So yeah.
So Dougie Benzie finding Will Marshall-Murray over on the left wing. He puts it down. It's 5-4 that the West Wildcats lead now. And the scores just keep on coming in this first half. We've still got 5 minutes left in it. And the high-scoring encounter that these two teams had yesterday with 18 tries between them, it looks like we're going to have something very, very similar early this morning.
I think if you're Saxons, it's almost a very obvious thing to say, but if they can get themselves back on terms for half-time, it makes a big difference to the momentum of the game, and that's an error.
We actually saw it quite a few times yesterday where teams were behind, either going into half-time or going towards the final hooter, and some of the teams knew that they'd lost the game, but they was trying to get that final try or that final push just to give them a bit of momentum and a bit of confidence for their next game or going into today. And it can be really important, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few things to that. The first thing is because these are all quite small divisions, so it's a strange one because obviously we've got however many teams we've got, but they're all playing in sort of clumps and 3, 4, 5 teams. Actually, a try difference might make a really, really big difference in terms of final standings. I think there was one in the women's 27s yesterday where it was only a score in it in terms of where one team finished. The other thing is that the hardest thing in touch is consistently scoring. It requires everything to kind of work together. It requires you to really know what your game's about. So when you get those successes, and you always hope you can kind of build on them and go, right, well, now we're clear. You know, this is what our attack looks like. Nice, good touch there. So they're setting up, but it feels like it's a little bit disjointed from Saxons. I think they just need to relax a little bit. I saw when Mike Rowe was on earlier, he was doing the universally recognised signal of the sort of hand waving downwards, just calm down a little bit.
Diving through, but I think there was a touch on the way through. So
no, he's called a play on there. So when he's pointing his hand, he's saying that player was offside, and then the nice big sweep of the arms means essentially play on, or in this case should have played on, and it's a score. So nice one.
Yeah, 5-all. And the latest try scorer is Alan Noble. So we've got just under 3 minutes remaining in this first half. It's been an absolute try fest.
Yeah,
10 tries.
You can tell as well that the Saxons player made the touch there and then sort of overran the ball by about 3 metres. I think they're pretty amped up, the players here. Created a little overlap there, but just not quite enough space to do anything with it. So we'll see now if they open things up a little bit.
Of course, it makes it interesting that this pool, with only 3 teams, it is fully round robin with each team playing each other twice. So every game really counts in this one, doesn't it? It's not like there's a final to play for. Whoever finishes top of that group is the champions at the end of the day. So
yeah, very much so. But it is interesting because these teams are playing friendlies against the 45s as well, and I don't know how I'd be curious how they approach those games. Do they go all out and say, you know, well, we want to play the way we play, or do they say, well, actually, let's protect ourselves a little bit for that one? Nice ball there from John Harding, just hung up, waiting for his players to run onto it. And they have got a little bit of momentum here, and they've got both mids offside. So
out to the left wing, the couple of West Wildcats players there for the 6th touch, so they will regain possession on their own 7 metre. Clock running down now, about 90 seconds left before we hear the half-time hooter.
I was listening to the commentary yesterday, and there was always a question around, do the teams know what the time is,
yes.
Or do even the refs know? And it's interesting because it is centrally timed, so it's one of those where even if you think you set your clock off at the right time, you might not be quite right. So I don't know if West necessarily know that they've probably only got 1 or 2 sort of opportunities here, but you wonder if they do, because Amaro did just run that into the corner, so maybe just sucking up a little bit of time.
I think it was said that most teams do have someone timing from the subs box.
Yeah, I think it's the right approach is that it gives you an idea, but it's not going to be definitive. So, I mean, at this one, it's not such an issue because we run off a recorded track, but at somewhere it relies on someone to actually remember and like switch a hooter on. You can have 2 minutes because that person started chatting, but no, a little bit more structured today. But yeah, just knowing where you are in the half, and it'll be interesting. I'm assuming, you know, your internal clock, even if you haven't got that, is saying that must be pretty much there. I feel like they're playing like they're kind of waiting for that half time, although there's a little opportunity here. No,
30 seconds remaining, so it will be the West Wildcats who probably have the final chance to get a touchdown in this half.
I've just overcorrected. That's an opportunity. Oh,
he took it well.
Good catch.
And they do take that opportunity, the West Wildcats.
Again, they just sort of overprotected the short side, and that's why you can see there's 2 defending Saxons players essentially in each other's pocket over there, and that's a wounder. You hate to go in at half-time with that in your ears when it's just conceding.
Yeah, Dougie Benzie there, finding Ben Blackburn. Ben Blackburn's 2nd try of the day. And it's 6-5 that the West Wildcats lead at the end of the first half.
It was an absolute corker. I really enjoyed that.
It was just so back and forth, wasn't it? I mean, it seemed to be that every time that one of them kicked off, they were straight up and scoring. Not obviously, it didn't work out like that completely, but it was almost like a game of basketball.
No, it wasn't far off at all. No, you're right. And it's, if they can keep that up, I mean, it is going to be which team sort of breaks first and gets to the other end and can't execute their scores and so on. I would say West have looked a little bit more structured and a little bit more organised, but equally there's only one score in it, so obviously Saxons have got more than enough about them to keep themselves in this game. Looking down there, they're down in front of us, and there are definitely a few sort of ex-England players or current England players down there, so it's definitely got plenty left in this game.
You might be able to hear on our ambient microphone what they're saying. We can't quite from up here, but they are quite close to our ambient microphone, so you're probably picking up the team talk on the stream there. I mean, what sort of things will they be saying? Because they've obviously come into this game, they lost their 2 games yesterday, so they may be a little down, but they go into half-time, they're only 1 behind. They put on a great attacking display at times. They're still well in this.
I think it's just about, and I don't know, you're always guessing a little bit about the psychology of why certain things happen, but I think for Saxons it's just about relaxing just a little bit. It felt like in defence they sometimes kind of over-corrected, they over-worried about one space which left another one vulnerable, and in attack they were trying to force it a little bit. So for me it's that for them. For Wildcats I think it's a similar kind of message, but it's around keep those structures that have been working so well for you going. So we saw, you know, they went coast to coast on one try, so it started on their own line, finished on another. They've had a couple of nice kind of set pieces that have come off for a score as well. So there are plenty of opportunities there for Wildcats if they just keep their structure. Unless Southwest really do kind of just raise their game just a little bit more. And
one area that the West do seem to be exploiting in that first half was Dougie Benzie over to Ben Blackburn on the wing. They appear to be using their wings a lot, and we saw one that did break down when I think it was the 6th touch, and it looked a bit desperate, but they've scored a couple of really good tries where they've utilised Ben Blackburn on that left wing, and he's found loads of space to put the ball down. Yeah,
definitely. So, and it's a really good point for what you'd be talking to the Saxons about, because so you run what you call a conventional sweeper, which is where you have a player sort of running around the back of the ruck and being fed the ball. But actually what Saxons have done, what Wildcats have done I should say, is go the other way. So Dougie Benzie's picked up and gone to the long side. Now if you're Saxons defending that, you probably should be starting to think about it and saying, well actually if Dougie comes in at half, then it's not going to the short side, it's always going back to that open side, that long side, and that's what they should be worrying about defending. It's difficult, again, you don't want to overcorrect, but equally Dougie's role in that team, well, part of I'm sure, is to execute those 3-on-2s. So if he's at half in that scenario, he's probably not there just to give the ball to a strike runner. He's there to pick it up and chuck along.
Okay, well, we'll bring the scoreboard back as the teams await the hooter. 6-5 the West Wildcats lead with 20 minutes to play. Southwest Saxons still very much in this game though, and this is going to be an important tap-off, isn't it? Because we've seen how effective both teams have been from the halfway line.
Yeah.
So an important tap-off here for the West Wildcats.
And especially because it is Wildcats tap-off, so if they make this, then they've got their noses 2 in front. So it means that even if Saxons can reply and it goes back and forth, they'll have that lead. So yeah, definitely a big one. And you've got Matt doing that. Is he doing the holding the ball up to the face, whispering instructions behind it? A senior men's touch, Matt. They probably can't hear you anyway. Don't worry about it.
So 30 seconds, but they all seem ready and eager to go. I think
you do get sometimes a bit of a false start, and it's usually if one team does it, then the other one will kind of respond. When I'm reffing during this, I'll just say, all right, well, everyone can kind of do a little bit of stare-out time and enjoy that instead.
Well, the officials are just coming into position now. We're just awaiting the hoot at any time. There we go. So, second half underway.
Nearly a little drop of the ball there. That wouldn't have been the best start. So they're obviously running some kind of... I think we had an offside there. There you go. So they obviously had some kind of play in mind. It's actually interesting because they were halfway through it and now they've got this penalty, and I don't know whether they're going to go and try and do exactly the same thing. Looks like maybe they are.
So already at the 7 metre. Now just trying to draw the Saxons out to find those gaps again. There's a big one appearing on the right-hand side. However, they've gone through the middle, the dive. I think a touch.
Yeah, he was always struggling to score on that, but equally, if they are... Oh, no.
Oh, he's given it.
Must have not made the line. There you go. I was going to say it was...
We'll see if we got that in time. Unfortunately, we did not get that in time on the replay. Waiting for the try to be given. However, it is 7-5. It is the quick start for the West Wildcats, and they take a 2-point lead. The first time we've seen anyone take a 2-point advantage in this game this morning.
So, I mean, again, it's a truism or whatever, but so important for Saxons to come back here. They need to show that they've still got that opportunity, that ability they showed in the first half to find scores of their own.
Well, to be fair to the Saxons, they're straight back up the other end. They will have the play back on the Wildcats 7 metre line as bottles go flying in the gantry.
It's just getting a little bit overexcited. I think there's obviously a bit of a conversation, I suspect, around whether a player had made the line or not. So there you go, so there's a penalty there. So what I suspect it was a defender was offside, but another defender who was onside made a touch, so we go back for a penalty instead of going for the score like we did down the other end. But a little bit of discussion to work that out.
Right. Good chance here for the Saxons as they're
being really aggressive off the line. So what they're doing, that Lincoln wing came up nice and high and basically said, if you want to try and score, you've got to throw all the way over the top. Oh, it's
nice
a really
gather.
good take. Nice
gather. And they do reduce it to 1.
I was going to say, so you can always do that as a defensive, as a way of making life easier in the middle. You can bring your Lincoln wing players in closer, but then the flip side is obviously that leaves all kinds of space out on the far wing, and that's the space they found there. So
very similar to some of the plays that the Wildcats were making in that first half, using that left wing and the player over in the space. And it paid dividends for the Saxons this time. Yeah, well,
it's the sunniest part of the pitch, so I'm assuming that's part of it. Nicest place to be. Yeah, I think it's just the Wildcats kind of just overcompensated slightly in defending that tight space in the middle, and yeah, it was good hands to get that score out on the wing.
West coming straight back though. And we've seen this time and time again in this match. It's from
really nice to see that wing was struggling. It's really nice to see how positive the Saxons team have been in getting off the line and putting pressure on. And in fact, the wing there just didn't quite get himself back on side, but it was a really good. It sort of put the pressure back on the Wildcats.
Just outside the 7 metre again, just trying to tempt the Saxons defence out, and now there is going to be space on the right hand side if you see it. They've gone left though. Yeah. Here's Blackburn.
Yeah, and it's one-on-one there, so there was nothing quite happening there. What I really want to see, and they're doing it again here really nicely, is that Saxons defence jogging up, but they're not slowing down here, staying up. It's part of what we want those players to do anyway, but it's also just, it always makes life harder for the attack if you do that. Defensive teams sometimes think that if we go up slowly, then it's easier for us to retreat, or we can be more organised. And invariably, the faster you go up, the harder it makes the attack's job.
It was a loose pass, and that will give possession back to the Saxons. So a promising attack for the Wildcats breaks down. 1 point behind.
Oh no, that's a wound. No.
Yeah. So a fresh set of 6 for the Wildcats on the 7 metre.
You can just get too into it, and funnily enough, I think it is sometimes almost those easier ones. You always talk about, in cricket, the catches that you've got time to think about, and it's one where you're not doing it under pressure, you're not reacting, you just got to pass the ball to someone who's sort of 10 metres away. Sometimes those are the ones you struggle with, it's just like a little bit too wound up or something. And again, if you look, so Mikey Rowe was really high off his line there and trying to get the rest of his defence to come with him, and that's what they needed to do, and instead they had a bit of a dog leg, a few different people in a few different places, and it was nice and easy for, I think, was that Amaro to get through there?
It was, yes. So he just uses speed, turn the pace, finds the gap and puts the ball down.
Yeah, he just put himself one-on-one with that retreating mid, and it's really, really hard to defend that because you've got to keep yourself moving backwards to get on side. So if they can sort of snap you one side or another, and I mean in the end, poor mid fell over, but it's purely trying to cover both sides of your body at the same time while retreating. It's so hard.
So Amro Karim with his second try of the game, but there's been 14 of those already. It's been a great try, a great attacking play from both sides. There's a touch on the line, so Saxons won't reduce the arrears to 1 this time, but they are back on the 7 metre.
Still opportunities. You can look and see, it's quite a bunched in West team, so if they can find that space. Oh, I'd want to see them go the other way here, yeah.
It's a shame. Behind the player.
I think the player with the ball had a space in his mind that he saw, and he didn't have someone to pass it to in there, so just didn't quite get anything there. But I mean, they've done enough that they're still, it's only 1. No, it's 2 in it now, isn't it? Yeah.
8-6, the West Wildcats lead. I think they'll not feel, they certainly won't feel safe, even if I think they get 3 ahead the way that the scoring has been in this match.
No, definitely not. Although these penalties are going to be a bit of a killer for Saxons. They've got to keep themselves on the right side of those, because otherwise, I mean, they're giving away a set of 6 here. And also, I mean, we're not quite there yet, but it will get to the point as well where it's just time out of the game. It's time that they're not attacking.
So, Wildcats coming again. They getting into promising positions. It comes out to Blackburn. He just can't get the pass off. And
had a good basketball stop there from John Harding on the wing, but they've gone back for a penalty. Haven't before that. It's always good when you have to make yourself big. Good goalkeeping practice.
Fresh set of 6 for the Wildcats. Are they going to use it? It's right on the line.
He dumped really, really close to the line there, and the only real argument for doing that is if you've got like a really nice sort of second phase option, so if there's a big old space you can throw it into. I think this current group of 6 on, slightly getting a bit carried away and just needs to, there you go, this is nice, they've set something up nicely here, cut back on the inside. Just made the touch, but
yeah.
Really good attack from it. I'm happy to see that, yeah.
It goes to the right-hand side. Options running out. It's getting very crowded.
Penalty back here. I think it'll either be a forward pass or a touch and pass. There goes touch and pass. So I mean, as you say, it did get crowded, and it put the pressure on them to kind of create a chance, and they just forced it and gave that penalty away.
To be fair, it was very good defence by the Saxons. They didn't present the opportunities for the Wildcats, or the gaps that have probably been there earlier in this game. Close them out well. No,
absolutely, and it feels like it's. Oh no, not again.
And this, I suppose, if you're looking for a difference between the 2 sides, this is it. Is the Saxons just seem to have had more handling errors than the Wildcats, and in deep positions as well. I mean, certainly in this second half, I feel like this is the 3rd time they've given away a repeat set one way or another, and that is a wound. I mean, I think in the end they've only conceded 1 off those 3, so to some degree you'd be relatively happy with that, but you cannot give them away. And the other thing is, these 6 players haven't had an opportunity to sub, so they'll be getting tired because they've not had the ball sort of up near their box to switch over. So it's an awful lot for them to be now trying to get through. The nice thing is they've pushed them slightly farther away from the 7, so it does make their defensive life a little bit easier. They can keep them off the 7. No. Quick hands in the dive. Is that in? I think it is. Yeah.
It's a good score. I think it was Dougie Benzie showing another part of his game. A nice little dive.
But then there it goes to Benzie, and he just sees the gap and goes for it and gets it. It's 9-6 that the Wildcats lead now. It's
such a good example of how if you've got multiple elements to your game, or even sort of one really strong one, you create other opportunities. Because it felt to me like Saxons looked up and saw Dougie had the ball in his hands and immediately started thinking, right, it's going to go wide, how do we defend there? And it kind of opened up in front of him for him. So
the Saxons quickly at the other end, and that's down, and I think that's another try.
Yeah, it's a good score, yeah. It just doesn't always work like that, but just being really, really direct and recycling the ball sort of at pace, and they just create a little opportunity for themselves there. Really nice.
Down it goes. So 9-7, and
are we looking at? Do you reckon this is the first 20 try game of the weekend on our hands? Have we had one yet?
I don't think.
So I put you under pressure there.
had 18, which was the last time these two teams met, which was yesterday.
Oh, that is a corker.
So
sorry, I was treating you like the guy in the cricket commentary box. Who's sort of. How many games has Mike Rowe played on a Wednesday when the sun's out? No, it's really nice to see. I think it's so nice to see an open game like this, and both sides creating opportunities for themselves. See, again, they dumped really close to the line, which you'd think, well, okay, is there a sort of quick phase option on? And there wasn't. It just means that you sort of wasted that touch. So fifth now, all they'll try and do, I suspect, is just leave the ball down there.
If we do get to it, will be the first 20 try game in the 40s this weekend.
Oh, blimey, okay, I won't ask. When you get this back and forth, it's just it's nice to see.
So it is 9-7 that the Wildcats lead at the minute, so 16 tries, four to go if we are to get to 20. We've got 9 minutes remaining, so you wouldn't bet against it.
Oh, it's a nice long ball.
Just a shame. It's such a shame it was.
It was a good ball, although I think Ben Blackburn probably had the attacking winger covered. He's a long old boy as well, so I think even if he'd had to have a little dive, he probably would have got in there.
Bailey Hoskin just couldn't quite gather that.
Slowed down a little bit on the interchange here for Wildcats, and they want to kind of recover that, because when they were running those sub plays and really engaging, they were sort of creating opportunities for themselves. Amro's going to have a bit of a run. Infuriating to me that he's over 40, and I couldn't move like that when I was in my late 20s.
I know exactly how you feel. He was
playing last weekend in the mixed open, and he was easily holding his own as one of the better players. So don't tell him I said that.
No. It's I think this one thing we know is we had sort of 45s, 40s games yesterday, and in the
we've got a 7 on. Sorry, a little bit of a curate's egg here in terms of penalties. So there are 7 players on the pitch. So there's been a penalty for that. And then I think what Brendan's just correcting there is, for a 7 on, you either take the penalty where the ball was, or you go to halfway, whichever is sort of worst for the offending team. So we've moved up to halfway. This is my first 7 on penalty of the year. It's all happening this morning.
It's one of those things where you're surprised that it doesn't happen more often, because when there's so many players coming on and off at any one time, you can get a bit of confusion. A sport I watch a lot of ice hockey, you often get too many men on the ice is a common penalty where you have too many players on. So I think that's the first time I've actually seen that in the weekends I've been covering this.
There's a few things about it, which is one, that it doesn't usually do to be too rigorous about it. So if it's oh, go on, John. Oh, no, not quite. So if it's that, there was a sort of a brief overlap, then you usually don't worry about it so much. Having fully 7 players on, I think the reason it tends to be rare is the players know who they're swapping with, so usually they won't come on until whoever's come off. I also think we probably miss a few. Funnily enough, I think it's oddly hard to see sometimes. You just sort of deal with what's happening immediately in front of you, and you don't look across the whole line of the whole team. So, yeah, good catch by the ref team.
As it is, the Saxons are 7 metres out as they look to reduce the arrears to 1. We've got 6 minutes remaining.
It is nice to say, actually, though, I was just thinking there's been probably fewer than 5 penalties in this game, certainly less than 10, which is definitely a big part of why this has been quite a nice flowing game. I think the ref's done a really good job of just letting them play. And that just opens things up nicely. I think Will's trying to get a little decision for himself there, but no luck.
Saxons at the 7 metre now, diving through.
Dear, I was a bit worried there. He had a player dive right in at another one's leg, but I think he managed to get out of the way and get out of the way safely. So
Alan Noble just touched as he tried to dive through the gap. Noble with it again now. Down it goes. Out it comes wide.
The opportunity should have been there. So you had essentially a 2-on-1. Mike Rowe was sort of throwing into that space, and the link just hadn't hit that space, hit that hole. So you just it's a shame that one. But they've got the penalty. I feel bad. I'm a serial underdog supporter, so I've sort of ended up pulling for Saxons, but I'll try and be officially neutral. But yeah,
it's another attempt to go over for Noble.
I mean, they've got to look at it as they've got time. They've got Oh no! It's a billion times easier to say sort of standing up here than it is being on the pitch, but I just wanted them to calm down, use that full 6, set up something off the back of it, because I think there's a very good chance they'd have had a score off that, and instead now they've got to keep this drive out and see what they can do next.
Well, it is the Wildcats who come over halfway, and we've not seen them attack for a while. A lot of possession for the Saxons.
Yeah, they drove.
The past 2 or 3 minutes.
It was a nice sort of set for the Saxons. I think the Wildcats drove with real pace there, but then the problem is when you end up moving things around, but you've only got your sort of far wing takes the touch on 5th, there's no opportunity to do much off the back of that. So I think they've got to look at keeping it a little bit more central, unless they've got a genius plan that I've not thought of, but yeah.
4 minutes remain in this opening match of the morning. And it has been a great game, great flowing game, 16 tries. We'll probably get some more as well. However, after wondering if we get 20, so there hasn't been another one since.
No, I jinxed it, didn't I? It was a good call there by the ref. I think there was a touch on the player and they dropped the ball, and I think they wanted a penalty for a hard touch or whatever, but I think it's a good call just to say, no, just go back and take the touch. So, and there he has dropped it, so there you go. Remove the ambiguity on that one. They've got to recover here. They're really under pressure, and Alan Noble is having a bit of a run there.
Coming down the right-hand side, they take the opportunity to get fresh legs on from the sub-box.
This is nice. They've got real momentum going forwards. Again, I think they might have just gone a little bit wider than they wanted to, but there's definitely an opportunity here, and they're setting up a sweeper play. And yet again, Dougie's picking up short side.
Blackburn. I think he's found it.
He's done well. He's done really well there. The winger just scooped that down. Is that Ben Blackburn again?
It is Blackburn, yes.
Oh, is that his 3?
I think that's his hat-trick, yeah.
Hey.
So Benzie again to Blackburn. He picked it up well because it was almost on the ground when he picked it up.
I feel for John Harding, the defending winger there. He sort of reacted to the fact that it looked like the player was going to drop the ball and slowed down, and I think that opened up that opportunity. You just got to just keep your focus on hitting that player. But yeah, it is one of those where they've just got to recognise that when Dougie's picking up the ball, he's probably going short side and he's going long.
So the Wildcats with possession once again. They're into double figures now, just as they were yesterday against the same team. Looking to just held up outside the 7 metre. Going backwards now, looking for that gap. Now it goes right hand side. There is a touch and 6 touch.
They used up their 6 and didn't really sort of hit anything there. So Saxons need to really be getting themselves. Oh, in fact, I think probably the ship's already sailed on this one. But again, you look at it and what can you get out of this game? What can you show that you've still got in the locker? And 2 more games for them to play today, so plenty to take from it.
We've got around a minute and 10 seconds remaining in this game. It is going to be a West Wildcats victory, but you know, fair play to the Saxons. It's been a great game, and it takes 2 sides to have a great game.
Yeah, definitely, and I think they've only pulled away in the last sort of 10 minutes of the second half, I'd say. So definitely a really good game. And it is, to be fair, it's often when you've got a side that had just that little bit of extra quality, that's when it happens, because you know you just can't quite keep that level of intensity up if you're working a little harder to get there. But yeah, it's been a cracker.
40 seconds left. West Wildcats looking to put the cherry on top of the icing on the cake.
We've got Amro on, we've got Dougie on. I'm sure that they'll come up with something interesting for us to see. Oh, it's a really nice ball.
Some nice quick pass. That was a difficult one to take.
I don't know if that Saxons guy's injured, but he's only just managed to pick himself up, poor lad. So they're playing with 5 for a little bit there. Oh, there you go, forward pass in the end.
So Saxons look like they will have the final drive of this game as we're into the final 10 seconds.
Oh, it's a little over the mark there. There's so many positives to take from the Saxons. I think I've really enjoyed watching them play. They've sort of got all the tools there. Oh, nearly finished on a conceding, but couldn't quite reel it in. Yeah, no, I've really plenty to take from that for the Saxons, but...
Well, we go on. Still one touch before Hooter has gone, and Amro goes through.
Oh dear.
And he does get the try, and that will put the seal on it. They do have 11.
He's light on his feet. He's got good change of direction. It's so difficult to pin him down, Amro.
So, and that ends the first game of the day. It's 11-7 that the West Wildcats take over the Southwest Saxons. Rob, it's been a pleasure to have your company on this first game. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, I've loved it. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. We will be back with the men's 30s clash in around 4 or 5 minutes' time. That's the South East Taipans against the Midlands Tigers. But for now, enjoy some highlights from the game we've just watched.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Member from the Wildcats, from the Wildcats men's 40s coming up, who didn't play my last one, Chris, something or the other. Can't remember the surname. Yeah, only playing the next. I'll do the game after the women's 35 semi-final. I'll promise that, and then I'll give Dan a break after that, if that's alright. And then we'll go straight to the finals.
Welcome back to Lady Bay. It is the men's 30s clash between the South East Taipans and the Midlands Tigers. I'm delighted to welcome Chris Wood from the West Wildcats. Chris, welcome. You didn't take part in that cracking game that we've just seen.
No, I was...
an early try in this one as well.
Missed who that was.
It's just going through this. So the Midlands Tigers taking an early lead. It's that short break between matches. So much to do in between matches. The Midlands Tigers lead 1-0 in this one. But sorry, Chris was saying you wasn't playing in that match we've just. But that was a hell of a game.
Yeah, it was a really tough match. Sorry, it was a really tough match. The Saxons put up a lot of fight. The last game yesterday, we played them first thing as well, and that was a close match as well. So, yeah, no, it's.
Taipans looking to get back on level terms here. Just to see how these teams did yesterday. Taipans doing very well. They had 2 wins yesterday against the West Wildcats that was live on the stream here, 7-6, then 8-3 against the Northwest Blades. The Midlands Tigers with a 7-5 loss to the Southwest Saxons, and then an 8-3 win over your West Wildcats. So,
yeah, I think they put our 30s guys to the sword, unfortunately.
However, it's the Midlands who hold the advantage at the minute, and they're coming down the pitch again, but the handling error, and that will give possession back to the South East Taipans. Down the left side, heavy touch there, as the Taipans get some fresh legs on. Still early in this game, 2 minutes played.
Oh, simple handling error.
Yeah, it can be a real heartbreaker, that, can't it?
It's the worst, especially if you're the player that's responsible for doing it. And that's just about concentration as well. It's just you're too busy thinking about what you're going to do next. You're, looking at the defence and what they're doing, and just not concentrating, as I said.
Taipans hit the 7-metre. Now an opportunity just behind. Just probably too quick a pass there.
Yeah, the defender was up quick as well, which forced him into that error, really. So going to the sub box.
So the Midlands Tigers, again, they take the opportunity to change personnel as it gets a little darker here at Lady Bay. No rain forecast, but it is getting a bit dark. Well, that goes nicely out to the left-hand side. It had to stop and check to get the ball. I think if he'd taken that in his stride, that was going to be an easy try. As it was, it has to come back.
Yeah, it was a good touch by the winger. Good cover. Yeah, we've been kind of lucky, given the weather last weekend.
Yes.
that it's been so dry.
Yes, I think last weekend will always be the yardstick, considering how bad it was. But let's just hope it holds off. It does look a little brighter from where the wind is coming from. I can see a bit of blue over there, so let's hope that gets over here quickly.
Well, I mean, we had the suntan on first thing this morning because the sun was out, so yeah, hopefully it will come back. It's a quick down. Where are you going?
It's the gap there for them. Yes, it is. Is that going to be given?
Yeah,
yes,
it's going to give it. Yep.
So it's 2-0 that the Tigers lead. Let's watch this one again.
Can't read his number. Oh, he doesn't have a number.
Pass. Yeah, so very difficult when there's no number. No, everyone on the team sheet has numbers.
And I mean, I'm fairly, I played in the 2019 Nationals, but I'm still fairly new to the touch scene. So, you get these guys on that know everybody, and I'm not quite that.
It is a bit of a commentator's nightmare when you have so many players over the weekend trying to remember them all.
I'm going to come up and make the touch. Oh, again, just It's unusual to see from a Taipans team. There's just that many small errors. They're normally, certainly their 40s team is.
And this is a team who come into today with a lot of confidence, having had 2 wins yesterday. And is it a case where you could come in a little overconfident?
I don't think so. I think most of the guys know the other teams, know who they're playing. So yeah, I mean, you're always going to have a bit of confidence after the wins, but there's still that element of, you know, we have to fight hard, we have to stick to our game plan,
yeah.
And we have to cut out those silly errors as well, which the Taipans have made at the moment. But great touch by the link.
So that is the 6th touch. So possession returning to the Midlands, and it's a good display so far from the Tigers.
They're always a difficult team to face. It's just a shame they didn't have enough to throw a 40s side. But I know their 45 just beat our 45s, unfortunately. I think they're both topping that'll be the Tigers top of the 45s group.
Yeah, the men's 45s final is later on this afternoon. We will have a separate stream for the final, so do not go away. We will have that link later as the Taipans
there you go.
do pull one back. So they are finally on the board, and again, good play finding the gap down the left wing.
It's just the Midlands winger was tucked in tight and can get across.
Matt Alpress getting the Taipans on the board. So 2-1 the Midlands lead. And to be honest, that's the first real quality chance that the Taipans have had.
Yeah, I mean, they've just eliminated the small errors there. You know, we've seen that a couple of times now in attack from them, when they've just dropped the simple catches and then just through the hands, fast. And it's difficult to defend those if you're not 100%, if you're not paying attention. Then,
as it is, Midlands with the advantage of starting from the halfway line, up at the 7 quickly.
There you go. Yes.
And that is going to be the 3rd Midlands try. Let's watch this here.
So there, the mid didn't shut. He should have shut to his outside, and he went straight backwards, allowing that gap there, and the Tigers took advantage of it.
Yeah. So Glenn Jones with a nice little shimmy, finding the gap. It's 3-1 the Midlands, and they get their 2-point lead back straight away. Can the Taipans reduce it to 1 straight away? Once again, we shall see. Again, they're at the 7 metre, and it's something we've said a lot over the past 2 days, is how you do get some sort of advantage of starting with your set of 6 from halfway, and often it gives you that opportunity to come straight back.
It does, but there's also some advantage to gaining momentum through the sub-drive. So, I mean, you know, when you see players coming onto the box and then driving on, you'll see teams roll back when the defences just keep backing away. And if you get that momentum, it's very hard to stop that as a defence. So yeah, while you know that sort of right to reply from the halfway line is always a good thing. It's not always the best way, and that's some shutdown.
Yeah, I think caught in 2 minds there, whether to drive for the line himself or go for the pass, and in the end did neither. That gives possession back to the Taipans, with work to do. 3-1 down.
Just lost control in the ruck there.
Yeah, that's going to give possession back to the Midlands.
Something I was saying, so about that momentum, the Taipans had really good momentum to that last touch, and then they slowed it down, and that allowed the Tigers just to force up on them and almost force that error.
As it is, the Tigers managed to get a few fresh legs on. Drive this.
Yeah, they've got the numbers.
It came off, but now they have the numbers just behind. Such a shame. It was Matthew Atkinson who just couldn't gather that one in.
The ref given 6 again. Ball touch some flights.
So 6 from the 7 metre. A great opportunity for the Midlands Tigers to stretch the lead further. Just trying to draw out the Taipans to find those gaps. The quick hands will come. I think there was a touch there.
Yeah, good D from the link shutting in.
Still with the Tigers. Another opportunity. Now a gap, reverse pass. It was quite risky.
That's unlucky. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a Hail Mary, but
it did very nearly come off, to be fair.
It's one of those ones where it does come off. It looks absolutely spectacular.
Yeah. Still on there, 7 metres, so still a good opportunity for the Tigers here. Switched, probably not the best option with defenders coming in.
Yeah, they seem to be crowding that. Oh, here they go. They're spreading it a bit wider now. There you go, inside.
There we go.
That's a great shot.
Oh, that was unlucky. That was unlucky.
I thought the winger got a touch there, but apparently not. So, yeah, it was very unlucky. Had he caught that, it was a certain try.
Good vision as well to spot the man coming in. And it was. Well, I wouldn't say risky, but it wasn't the easiest pass to make.
No, but you know, I mean, they're the sort of the coach killers when you try that on touch one, but on the last touch, they're, you know, it's kind of perfectly acceptable to try it if it does come off.
There was a touch there as he skipping through. So already 12.5 minutes into this game. It's another one that's flown by.
Certainly doesn't feel like that when you're playing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably the advantage we have from up here.
Yeah, the 20-minute halves have come as a bit of a shock after the 10 minutes.
Yeah, the 10 minutes at the Nationals. Yeah. Sorry, the development and National Touch Series games. Yeah, just 10-minute halves. So, although you are playing 6 games a day there, I suppose. So.
Yeah, but you know, even then, I think they managed it quite well in terms of the arrangement. So we weren't playing. Most teams didn't really play back to back, so you still had a break, even half an hour, and you know that can make a lot of difference.
And what would you say is easier to play, the 20-minute games, or is it easy to play the, say, 3 40-minute games or 6 20-minute games? Or does it make a lot of difference?
At the end of the day, it doesn't make a lot of difference. I mean, I'm struggling with my fitness at the moment. I was one of those that didn't do a lot of work during the pandemic. Yeah, I mean, the 20-minute games, you are blowing in the last 5 minutes of the second half. You know, even the fit guys are feeling it. So I mean, we have a break until I think 12:30 is our next match. So I mean, there's a long, you know, there is that long long time off to recover. So I think it's more personal preference, really. I mean, I quite like the short games. Touch and pat? Nope, just touch.
Taipans come again as they look to go towards their sub-box and maybe get some changes, and they do. Back towards the centre now. Good drive this there. 7 metre now held up.
Yeah, straight dump. Quickie.
There's a chance on the wing.
Lovely.
Down, and that is a great try. Seeing that again.
And that was all about the speed of the quickie and then just the missed pass. With the Tigers winger just tucked in again, leaving the gap for number 6, was it? Yeah.
James Hurd getting the pass over. And they reduced the arrears to 1. So once again, Tigers with work to do if they want to stretch the lead that they've got. 5 minutes left in this first half. So they're at the 7 metre, and the quick play here just couldn't quite gather it in, and that will give possession back to the Taipans.
I think they'd run into a bit of a cul-de-sac as well. They were, you know, once you're given offside.
So Taipans take the opportunity to bring some more fresh legs on. It's a bit crowded by that sub box. Now, can they get back on terms before half time? They've got 4 minutes to do it.
He's last. He's going to dive. Great touch for the winger.
Touch. Cheers from the Taipans sub box right in front of us at the gantry here, but more hope than expectation.
I think sometimes, yeah, there's a you know, anytime anybody goes in, there's that almost wanting them to have scored, even though you might not, you know, believe it, as it were. So Taipans have 6 again. So yeah, they can set up a bit more of an attacking platform now that they've got these touches. Maybe look to work the Tigers' defence around. A bit of a hard. Oh no. Called it for offside, I think.
So, fresh set of 6 for the Taipans.
So they'll really be.
That's,
really?
That's another heartbreaker, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some hard touches there. I think Tigers were a little bit lucky to get away with that, but you know, it's down to individual refs sometimes. That depends on hand positioning and size of players as well. Taipans going to look to scoop. Ball down.
So, Taipans to halfway. Chris just taking the opportunity to have a little drink. So, one of the things that you find about today is the Taipans go through, and that is the equaliser. I think he just. So
the Tigers player was offside there, and the referee
not counting yet.
The referee allowed them to play through.
Ashley Grimsey getting the equaliser, so from being 3-1 and 2-0 down, the Taipans now square it off at 3-3 as we head towards half time. The Tigers will try and use this opportunity to retake the lead before half time. Right up there.
Touch made.
I think there was a touch, yeah. It was claimed straight away. However, still Tigers' possession. Just drawing out, looking for that gap. Comes the other way, good switch.
Gonna go wide. No.
So, into the final minute. Taipans deep in their own half, they'll have to drive quickly.
Arm in the ruck. Yeah. Finally got one of those hard touches.
So, fresh set of 6ers. Still trying to get over halfway. There's one touch. Now over halfway. So, opportunity now for the Taipans, but
offside again.
Offside.
So the Taipans will really look to get one in here and go into the half one ahead, and that will provide a little bit of a morale boost for them.
Remember, the hooter goes. There's going to be one more play.
No.
Oh no!
He's called it.
Called it. So it is all square at the end of the first half. join us again in about 5 minutes for the second half.
So Alan Reid, our Schools Development Officer, arranged a touch session today with the children from St Joseph's School here in Branksome. We started with about 20 children today between the ages of 7 and 11.
We don't normally have that mix from year 2 to year 6, which is what we had today.
Essentially, we explained to them a little bit about the difference between touch and tag rugby that they've been playing. We organised a warm-up, got them working together as a team, did some ball skills with them, and then we progressively took them into kind of a little touch game.
I thought the session was really good. I thought it was great for the children. They were all on task, they were all engaged. Everybody had an opportunity to play. They learnt the new rules. And it was a challenge for some of them, but I really liked that because then they had to really stop, think about what they were doing, why they were doing it, and how they were going to be successful.
Once we get them sort of catching and passing, you know, the skills that they've learned from netball or football or any other sports, they're transferable. So they soon pick it up and they're all playing games in the playground, catching and passing and running and, you know, playing it and things like that. So we sort of build off of those skills and then introduce touch skills as we go along. And generally over about an hour they pick it up and we probably end up with a game of touch netball, which is kind of a hybrid, which most of us have all played at some level. And the girls and boys, you know, end up playing that and enjoying it.
In the touch game, you don't tend to stop players. They don't, you know, in tag, it's tag, the game stops, somebody comes back. You know, it's a lot of dead time. Whereas with touch, it seems to be ongoing. They're constantly active.
You've got to get players in at grassroots level, and if we can get them before they are teenagers, where they've already chosen karate or badminton or whatever it might be, if we can introduce touch earlier, I think that's a great way to raise awareness, get them engaged in a sport that's all-inclusive. And actually the one difference that we've got with a lot of sports is obviously boys and girls playing together, and they don't necessarily have to stop playing together when they become teenagers, which I think they have to when it's rugby and perhaps other sports.
I saw the children's reaction to it today. They really liked it. I've managed to speak to a couple of them, and it's something they said that they'd like to do. So from that aspect, if it's, you know, if it's pupil voice, the children want to do it, then I'm all ears, and I, you know, would like to continue that.
So yeah, we can coach them how to coach, if you like, and so they can play some of the games and take those afterwards into the school sessions. Alternatively, if they're really interested, as we have seen with some of the children, we offer them the option to come to Bournemouth Touch Centre on a Monday night, where they can then plug into our infrastructure there, and we've got 4 kids coaches who run a session from 6:30 through to about 7:30.
Welcome back to Lady Bay, a minute away from the start of this second half. It's the South East Taipans 3, the Midlands Tigers 3. Chris still with me, and Chris, it was after the Midlands had a very good start to that half, went 2-0, 3-1 ahead. The Taipans came back very, very strongly.
Yeah, I mean, for a start, the Taipans started cutting out those little errors that were cropping up at the start, which meant their platforms were a little bit more secure, a little bit more momentum around them, and even on defence, they've shored up a little bit. They've started to corner a bit more when they should do. They've been a little bit more organised, and that's allowed them to shut the Tigers out.
So, just awaiting the hooter to start the half. The wind has picked up quite considerably. Will that make any difference, do you think?
A little bit. It tends to affect the longer balls, obviously more. some teams enjoy that kind of left to right. We haven't really seen many. I mean, we saw the one from the Taipans down the other end to the wing, but again, that was kind of just a cutout rather than a really long ball. So they're going to probably stick to that. Oh,
yes,
again, just a little bit of an error.
Yeah, Doug Maltby there, just not gathering the ball. Just on the way. I mean, yesterday I think it was blowing across the pitch from left to right. It seems to be more coming across the pitch today. It's wind is right in our faces here on the gantry. So, like you say, it will make a difference to those long balls across the wing.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and not everybody can do it. I certainly can't do it. That's why I'm playing in the link. Yeah, some of these more experienced guys, who I kind of recognise their faces but not names. You know, they're perfectly capable, even with the wind, of launching an excellent ball. Oh. Great dive indeed from the link there.
Couple of spots of rain, nothing too heavy, so hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah. Dry please.
Yeah. It's something we had yesterday. There was a slight bit of drizzle for about 30 seconds in the afternoon, and that was all she wrote. And, hopefully it will be the same today. As I've said earlier, no rain forecast, which, again, after last weekend, everybody will be delighted.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, some of the players that were playing last weekend are here as well, yeah, they're kind of very happy that it stayed dry. I have a bag full of wet weather gear just in case, just because there was no way I was being caught out.
Yeah, and I think a tribute has to be paid to the groundspeople here at Nottingham, because this pitch was incredibly cut up after last week, and you wouldn't even know looking at it.
Yeah, absolutely, they've done a fantastic job. You know, when you've got several games of, you know, even if they're only 20 minute halves, you've got several games of rugby on a very wet pitch. It's kind of cut up, and yeah, playing on it honestly, you can tell that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been very lucky in Nottingham that we've had dry weather all week, which would have helped, but even so, the parts of this pitch last week that was mainly brown and very little green, and it's just fully green now. It's an incredible job.
So last touch, so they're probably going to kill it. Yeah, kill it in the corner here. There you go.
So, good defence by the Midland Tigers as they retake possession.
Oh, that's just
again another heartbreaker.
Oh, you don't want to do that. Yeah, we saw that in our match against the Saxons. The Saxons did that a couple of times, and you know, if you're doing it in the same pods 2 or 3 times, that's putting so much work on you, because you're having to defend sets of 6 and sets of 6 without a break, and it. Oh, again, they're just, it's the timing of that run. He was just ahead of the half there, so it meant that he had to try and catch the ball behind him. A bit of a basketball.
So a few errors in this second half. No addition to the score as yet, as we're 4 minutes in. Over halfway come the Tigers. Could drive this at speed.
He's kind of going on his own.
Oh, nice take.
There's
that would have been easy.
And that's 6.
That's the 6. Again, the Taipans.
That's a good drive. They're just going straight up.
Yeah, using the sub box well there. Back into the middle.
Last. There you go.
So, 2 quick drives there. Okay, use all 6 touches, but.
So I mean, the first, you know, even that was a foot in the. Yeah, they got a penalty for that. That was a defender's foot in the ruck. Yeah, even at the lowest levels of touch, you know, you're always told to complete your set of 6. Just because it gets the other team down, you know, their end of the field, and they have to work all the way back again. So yeah, at the very least, even if you don't score, you want to get down into that.
So it's far more difficult to score from your own half than it is, isn't it? It sounds obvious, but
it's again. Not sure the Link had that shot, but again, it's work. It's tiring people out, and you know some of the tactics of touch rugby is to tire a defence out and drag them from side to side, and you know get a lazy mid, and that's when you can exploit it and score. Untidy in the roll ball, I think. Yeah.
So Midlands Tigers will have a set of 6, just 10 metres away from halfway.
So again, we're seeing sort of errors of both sides creep into the game.
Could that be a fatigue thing, do you think?
Possibly. You know, after playing, certainly our team were pretty tired this morning. You know, we obviously had the first game as well, which didn't help. But that's lovely.
Oh, that was close. It would have been nice if that didn't come up. It looked great on the replay. Very unfortunate.
But you know, these guys are younger than younger than some of us. So although they're classed as seniors, that you know.
Halfway, the Taipans.
Again, they're trying. I mean, that was last, but again, it's just a silly ball. It gives the Tigers possession in midfield.
Tigers just slowing it down as they make some changes. Taipans just stringing across the field. Midland's looking for that gap, working from side to side, not finding that gap so far. They need some quick hands now. There's a man over.
No, he hasn't got the post. Good shot by the Link. He was always defending his outside, so that makes it a lot harder to run round. Oof, that was he led with the shoulder there.
Yeah. Offering a warning rather than a penalty. Taipans keep possession. But yes, it was a very, very heavy touch to say the least.
So speaking of heavy touches, I've got to call out our coach Cam, who made a very, very heavy touch yesterday on one of the Taipans. We have it in a GIF if anybody wants it. We can happily share it around.
Oh, it was that sort of heavy touch, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
More rugby than touch rugby, are we saying on that?
It was, and unfortunately, the guy sort of leapt into the touch as well, which didn't help the look of it. It certainly wasn't meant, but yeah.
But it looked good on the 5-second clip.
Oh yeah, looks more WWE than touch. It's a lovely little dummy. Yeah. It's just really scrappy at the moment.
It is very. There's been very, very. In fact, I can't recall a real clear-cut scoring opportunity in this second half, and we're like 9 minutes in there.
And this, you know, it's going to frustrate both. Yeah. It's lovely hands.
Although to be fair, is that. Do you need to give credit?
6 again.
Yeah. Do you need to give credit to the defences for that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's always going to be hard to score against a really well-drilled, disciplined defence that are working hard. But at the same time, there's just been little errors from both sides. So looking for they're trying to get the.
Oh, is that through?
No, you touched me. Oh,
yes, he's given it.
Must have been offside on the defender.
Let's have a look. Yep, I think he was. He did make the touch, but I think he was offside. He certainly wasn't back behind the line.
Yeah. So you saw the strike dumper there, just indicating to the ref that he thought that or indicating to his players that that was the person to attack. He didn't think he was going to get back, and he was proof correct.
So Taipans take the lead with 10 minutes to go. The first time they've held the lead in this game, and they've shown great wherewithal to come back. They've been 3-1 and 2-0 down in this game, but as Tigers go through,
I would. Oh no, he's caught a touch. Yeah, I mean, now's the time where you have to sort of, if you're the Tigers, you sort of have to be mentally resilient a bit. There you go. Oh,
now, did he get through? Yes,
I would say he did.
Yes, I think he did.
I would say he did. Oh no. Yep, he's given it. Yep. So, showing their mental resilience by striking back pretty quickly.
I think we missed the replay there, unfortunately. When we're on time to replays here, we have to press the button quickly, and when you're waiting for the decision, it sort of makes it difficult. But oh well.
Again, he's leading with it. It's
out to the right-hand side, dodge down. But there was a touch, so 4-4, and after no scores in what was a scrappy second half, we went 2 straight away. Yeah,
cut back.
Oh, that's a nice pass. That's beautiful, and the Taipans retake the lead. See a quick hand, and then spotting the man spare on the right-hand side. Will Alkin putting the ball down to give the Taipans the lead once again, and the second half comes into life over the past 3 minutes. 3 scores.
Oh, I believe
there, then?
Delay of game potentially. The referees will give the players a chance to, they tell the players to tap the ball. And normally the players do, but it looked like he just delayed it too long, and the referee.
And to be fair to the Tigers, there was no argument. They accepted the decision and went straight back.
I mean, touch is one of those games where, like good touch by the mid there. Just like Union for the most part, where the referee's word is. Yeah. It is almost universally accepted. That there will be disagreements internally, and you do get the occasional player who will get forced sub for chat back, but it's rare to see, and that kind of, as a referee, when you referee games, that kind of thing's great as well.
Yeah. I mean, we saw a young 13-year-old lad refereeing yesterday, and it's great to see that someone that young can come on and command that respect.
Absolutely, and it's something that allows you to learn the game as well.
Yeah.
You get to know different aspects of the game. You certainly know the rules a lot better. So I mean, it's always good, even if it's just a level 1 course, to get your players sort of oh, lovely.
Yeah, given.
So I think the mid turned his back there. If you see that touching mid, yeah, he went straight back instead of corner. If he cornered there, he would have been fine. But
so Lewis Disbury brings the scores level once again. It's
livened up now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I did wonder if that would be given. See, I thought that you might have missed it. That to be fair, the Taipans just accepted that and moved back, which I think made the decision a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to suck it up, as it were, and just get on with it. But now's a time when the legs are going to get tired.
Yeah. It's second game of the day, first game for these guys, and they'll have another one to come a little later. As we finish the pool matches, and then go on to the finals this afternoon.
Oh, that's not the best long ball.
I think that was the the hopeful 6th, wasn't it?
Yes. Mind you, if I'd done a left to right, it might have probably, well, it definitely ended up in the same kind of. Oh, I think he just got a blow to the solar plexus.
It's down here, so he will get some treatment. I think purely accidental. I don't think there was
Yeah, I don't think there was anything in it.
Yeah. He seems okay.
And yeah, it will just be an accident, and these things happen in touch. You know, for a mildly non-contact sport.
Yeah. And that's the thing. But I suppose you've got players moving so quickly towards each other. It's inevitable you're going to get some contact. You're going to get some clashes.
And again, you know, 99.9% of it is going to be accidental.
Oh, yeah.
You know, nobody's setting out to hurt another player.
Taipans have possession once again. Looking towards their sub-box as changes will be made. There they come again.
Oh,
that seems to be
down.
knocked out the hands.
No, no, it's. I think just a little bit of frustration there. It's very difficult for referees to judge sometimes when you're trying to put the ball down, someone's coming for the touch, and there's kind of the hand in the ruck as well. It can be difficult for the rest to judge.
Please say that the sun is looking to make a reappearance. He's trying to break.
There you go. There. Oh.
Touch as he went through. We'll come back to 7.
Fifth is going to kill it in the corner. Oh, that's unlucky.
So 3 minutes remaining. We're all square at 5-5. Can one of these teams get that vital score that may go on to win this game? Has been very close, very tight battle, especially in this second half.
And we're looking for a strike dump here, I think. Oh no, they've slowed it down.
Nice.
And
that was 5th touch, so. Oh, very, very nearly came off.
Lovely catch.
Yeah, it was a great catch.
Oh dear. Oh, that's not good to see.
I think from what I could pick up, I think that was hamstring gone.
Yeah, that's. And you know that's probably a case of playing all day yesterday and then just not quite warming up properly, or just
Stuart Bussell taking a long limp round to he seems to be walking a little better, but he obviously felt something going.
Oh, and then we've got breakthrough. Oh, yeah, I mean, hopefully it's a twinge rather than a proper pull. He does look to be walking fairly all right.
Yeah, he looks to be walking normally. I can't quite see that on camera, but he's just reaching his sub box now. Sure, a bit of ice and a rub. See if he can go again.
Here we go.
There's a gap open. Oh, now was that?
No, he was just he just held it in one hand and was dumbing it a bit too much and lost his grip.
Into the final minute, so crucial time. If the Tigers want to try and make a drive for the line, they can afford no errors here. It will give the Taipans a huge opportunity.
So that's just nearly halfway at third. That's 4 touch. So they'll be, the Taipans will be pleased to hold them there. That's 5.
Let's do something here.
Oh, great D. That's.
Oh no, that was the 5th touch. So one more they've got. Can they do? Goes out wide.
No. And just again.
And there goes the
final touch here.
And that's it. And it is going to be a 5-5 draw.
Great game.
A cracking game of touch rugby. 5-5, very close. A bit scrappy in parts, but neither team just couldn't quite stretch away enough. It looked like the Midlands may take it when they went 2 points ahead twice in the first half, but Taipans did well to come back and took the lead a couple of times. I mean, the Tigers had to come back, but in the end, I think a fair result overall.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, both teams showed some attacking flair and also some basic handling errors.
Well, Chris, it's been a pleasure to have your company.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming up and giving us your insight. It's been great to have you up here, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, we will be back very, very shortly. Our next game is the women's 35 semi-final. It's the South East Sharks taking on the Northern Diamonds. Join us for that very soon, but first here are some highlights of the game we've just watched.
Well, thank you very much.
Cheers. Welcome back to Nottingham. It's the women's 35 semi-final between the South East Sharks and the Northern Diamonds. South East Sharks in the darker blue, Northern Diamonds in the cyan, I think we'll call it. I'm delighted to welcome John Cranston from the Midlands Tigers, who has just played in the last game, and that was a close one, 5-5.
It was, yeah, it went down to the wire.
Really did. So, what do you know of this one, the women's 35s? We did see the Northern Diamonds play the Midlands Tigers yesterday. I think it was the last game that we had on the stream. So, what are you expecting from this one?
I caught a bit of the Diamonds game yesterday against the Wildcats, I think it was, and they looked really good.
Yeah.
Really good driving off. Just needed to finish a bit better down the other end.
Yeah. Yeah. We looking at the results that they had yesterday, the South East Sharks with a full house, 6-4 against the Tigers that we saw on the stream, 8-3 against the Northern Diamonds, and then 4-2 against the West Wildcats. The Northern Diamonds not so lucky, unfortunately, a 6-1 loss against the West Wildcats. Against the South East Sharks, 8-3 loss and 8-4 loss on the stream against the Midland Tigers. So on that basis, you would expect the South East Sharks to probably take this one.
Yeah, they're South East are always hot favourites in most of their matches. No matter what the age category either.
Yeah, I think we saw that last week, didn't we, in the Opens, where all three finals were the South East Taipans against the South East Sharks.
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah. However, it's the Sharks who are on the attack early. Northern Diamonds with the touch, just outside the 7 metre now. Some great shots over there, I must say. Now a bit of space over on the right hand side if they can exploit it, just a handling error, and that will give the Northern Diamonds a new set of 6. That's, yeah, a bit of a heartbreaker there. It's a dangerous position to give away a new set of 6 as well.
Yeah, bit of a coach killer, but see if they can do this out.
Managed so far. 3 minutes in. Again, yes. I say yes. Another coach killer, but the other way. So the Diamonds will look to get an attack going. They've got work to do. 3 touches now at halfway.
Set something up now.
Yeah.
5th.
They just seem to be caught in two minds a lot there.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much they train together, coming from so far afield, the northwest and northeast combining, but maybe that has something to do with it.
I mean, how has that been? Because we know that the Midlands themselves is made up of Nottingham, I think Cambridge, and all over the Midlands. So how easy is it to get together and train, especially considering we're coming through the pandemic as well?
And a jam-packed season.
Yeah.
As well. We've had 3 training sessions together, and most of the guys showed up to all of them, so it's not been too bad. We try and keep the training like a central part of the region.
Yeah.
It's quite a big region, so it's pretty good.
Diamonds again with possession. Down it goes. That's a nice run. There's, we've got Ellen on the team sheet with no surname, unfortunately, so.
Like Prince.
There's no symbol on there. It can be tricky, but we're sort of giving these team sheets sort of right before on a Saturday morning, right before kick-off, and it's can be tricky for the old commentator, but there we go. chance the South East Sharks in this semi-final, because whoever wins this will go forward to this afternoon's final, which will be the first of our final streams at 1:30.
Lois Lau, I think, with the ball. Key playmaker for this team.
Oh, has she gone through? No, there was a touch there. Lau again. Now there's a chance of the dive. The touch is claimed. Everything seems to be coming through Lois Lau, and there's a chance of another dive. I think the touch is claimed, but yes, it is.
Fifth.
Yeah. I thought.
That was a close one.
I thought he was going to just point down for the try there, but fifth touch, so have to make something happen at the wing, but that will be the turnover, and Northern Diamonds will take possession once again. So it's almost 7 minutes in, still no score.
It's a good press from the defence. Oh, nice step.
Yeah, it was Amy Finley who was one of the stars for the Diamonds in the game against the Tigers on stream yesterday. It's a good drive this, they're almost at the 7 metre. Now a bit of space opening up. Finley got two in front though, and that's the 6. South East Sharks will retake possession.
Alice Watchorn with the funky shorts on. That was known as Scooby, I think.
It's a great way to stand out, isn't it? Yeah.
Going fifth.
Drive into traffic. Possession changes once again. Very few clear-cut opportunities so far. The Diamonds use the opportunity to make some changes. Driving well as the Lady Bay is bathed in sunshine, which is much more preferable to the conditions that we had last week.
I watched the Sunday and it looked horrendous.
Yeah.
Fair play to the cameraman.
Yeah, that was me last week actually. It wasn't pleasant being on camera last week, I must admit.
I'm impressed with the pitches considering.
Yeah, we was talking about that in the last game. Is considering how cut up they were, to look as they do. Day 2 of this competition, you would have no idea that it was such a quagmire last Sunday. But we have been lucky that there's been no rain this week, which has really helped. But yeah. Even so, fair credit to the ground staff.
I have plenty of tape in my bag just in case.
That roll forward, it's not given. No. Still awaiting the first score, and it's quite a tactical battle there.
Yeah, the Diamonds are doing well. They're just not getting far enough up the pitch to strike. Credit to the Sharks for a good do.
The Sharks, you will probably expect to have created a few more chances than they have.
Yeah.
Certainly not been as dominant as you might expect from their results yesterday. However, there's still plenty of time remaining with just 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
I suppose it's a case of they will try and wear the Northern Diamonds down. Comes to the left-hand side, back into the centre. Again, and there's a
Some
gap
space.
opening up. Oh, and that's going to go down after that, the
all good.
opening score. Yes, it is. So have a look at this one again. You see,
Pick up from Lau.
yeah, and
Just player cutting.
good try. South East Sharks take the lead, and to be fair, John, that's the first real opportunity for either side in this game.
Yeah, I guess they're still. Sharks are probably just sizing up the diamonds, seeing where their holes are. Probably see a few more scores now. Hopefully the diamonds can get a bit more go forward.
Starting from halfway.
Just need to get a bit closer to the 7 there. There we go.
Into the 7. Is the gap there? No, there was the touch, and that's goes back. Again, there's a touch. Just don't seem to be drawing out enough to try and find them gaps.
No. Good box drive.
Over halfway. Sharks will look to bring it left.
Hands are on. Lucky.
6 touch, so Northern Diamonds have the ball.
Split again. Good work.
Sharks take possession on their own 7 metre. 12.5 minutes gone in the first half. South East Sharks leading by a try to 0. As the wind picks up once again.
The attacking pod on. There we go.
Oh, there is. There's a chance.
Touch,
now,
mate.
was there a touch? Was there a touch just before? I think it's been given.
Great chase.
Let's have a look here. Yep, there was just the touch. Just the ball, just before the ball was put down. Good defending. Live. So South East Sharks remain 1-0 ahead. She's flying all over the place. As the wind once again gets a bit stronger.
I'm going to set something up here.
Allow again. Over to the right-hand side.
32
Down
short.
it goes. She was touched on the way through.
Another offside call.
Fresh set of 6 at 7. Can the Sharks take advantage and increase their lead further? Out they come, bringing the Northern Diamonds defence with them. Now, here's the gap. Is the gap on the right-hand side? Oh, the touch was made. There was a good dummy almost there by Alice Watcham. Again puts it down now. Dives through. There was a touch. Patient build up from the Sharks. Good defence so far from the Diamonds though. Now here's the opportunities, they come at speed. Again. Great set of 6. Almost over, 1 touch left. There's Lau. Now here's the opportunity. This player over, but there's the touch made.
Very good D.
Yeah, great D.
Sharks will be disappointed they didn't get the score there with the extra sets.
To be fair to the Diamonds, though, they didn't. Oh, that's not what you wanted to do.
And quickly.
Samantha Kiernan. Here's Lau. She puts it down, and that is the second try.
That's tough after that defence.
Yeah, it's a real heartbreaker after such great defence by the Diamonds, but there. Lois Lau going through, popping the ball down. South East Sharks 2, the Northern Diamonds 0. 4 minutes to go in this first half. And the Sharks have been building and building and building that pressure, and now they're making it count.
Yeah, I think the Diamonds were just a bit tired there, and the enforced errors coming. Do advance up the pitch. I suppose this is something they've just really not been doing enough. They've not been getting into that sort of 7 metre area enough. Yeah, it's a game of possession and territory. If you're not playing down in the other team's half, you're not going to win the match. So, see what they can do here.
Yeah. Just outside the 7 now. Get them gaps. Let's throw, and that will be possession back to the South East Sharks, I think. Or is it?
Yeah.
Is it a case of a very good defence from South East Sharks, or is it just the?
I think the Diamonds are lacking a bit of probably a leader on there. We've got Leslie McCullum, who's a very experienced touch player. Just need the guys hitting holes outside and actually picking a play to run. There's a lot of 33 dumping and picking up from half, but no one's really going in a direction of it. So
like you say, though, training sessions probably at a premium.
Yeah.
So Lau goes through once again. That's 3. Great speed.
It's on fire.
The second try. And everything seems to be coming through her for the South East Sharks. She seems to be a real linchpin in that attacking 6.
When that pod comes on, that's the real attacking pod. They all seem to know what each other's going to do, know the roles, and execute pretty well.
Can the Northern Diamonds get something on the board before half time? Really struggled to make any sort of quality chances. They may do now, though. That's the 5th. Gotta make something happen now.
There we go, hot potato.
Now here's the opportunity for the Diamonds. They've got 50 seconds.
See if they can get one back and make a game. Oh, and another penalty. To hurry up.
30 seconds remaining. So that we have the benefit of the scoreboard, something that they don't have down there now. Is there touching time? Yes, I think there was. Chance for 1, maybe 2 more plays.
Picking up.
Oh, that is unlucky. The space was there. And there goes the half-time hooter, and that is blown down straight away. So, looking comfortable for the South East Sharks. They are 3-0 ahead at the end of the first half. Join us again very shortly for the second half.
Well, that brings half time.
It's Monday night, we're at Bournemouth Touch Centre. We have 2 sessions in play this evening. We've got our Children's ETA Touch Academy for 7 to 12-year-olds playing behind me. On my left we've got O2 Touch. We coach them sort of 7 key steps of learning how to play touch so that they can actually get playing by the end of the evening. Here at Bournemouth Touch Centre, we're at one of the busiest sports centres in the country, so there's lots and lots of kids clubs here, you know, with hundreds of children playing football and other sports on a Saturday, and we're slowly seeing you know, children come and try touch with us, which is fantastic. I think we've got 13 or 14 children here today.
Bournemouth Touch has been great fun, and people have been really helpful at just teaching you what to do. I was new to it just a couple of months ago, and yeah, people have really helped me to improve, so it's been great.
We've got about 400 what I call sort of friends of touch on Facebook, 100 active players that are perhaps locally based. We became one of the first 17 clubs in England to actually start promoting the O2 Touch offering.
It's helped me recover from injury when I did it seriously back in May, and it's just helped me keep fit and help me keep in touch with rugby, really.
A really fabulous, friendly place. There's always huge amount of people who come down of all ages, and we have a fabulous evening whatever the weather.
There's obviously always going to be a competitive element to sport, and there's going to be people that want to develop not only their playing but their you know, refereeing skills and coaching skills, and we laid that on for a good group of people. And there was a hardcore, maybe of about 15, 16 of us that did the coaching courses, the refereeing courses with the ETA and Benny Powell and various others. With that, all the time we have been sort of feeding the bottom of the pyramid with social touch and being very, very active within the O2 setup. That really is a pathway, it's the feeder into sort of developing touch, and without that feeder you're not going to get the players coming through to play in, you know, so in tournaments or leagues or going on to represent their, you know, their regional teams.
Bournemouth Touch Centre is so great because the people who organise it, Alan Reid and Jason Cunningham, have been doing it for nigh on 15 years. So they know what they're doing, they put a lot of time and effort into promoting it. There's new players turning up every week, and of course that makes it more competitive and people enjoy it more because of the competitiveness.
Just the camaraderie. Like I said, I've first moved here from Bath, and then I met Jace. It's been great with the community.
We are one of the most successful touch clubs down here on the South Coast. We would love to have you down here at our Bournemouth Touch session.
This is Bournemouth Touch Centre.
Officials, this is your 32nd morning. You've got your pictures, raise and wave.
Welcome back to Lady Bay. Many thanks to John Crossan, who joined us on co-commentary for the second half. He has gone off to prepare for his next game, as this second game gets underway. Sorry, second half gets underway. The South East Sharks in control, leading 3-0 over the Northern Diamonds, and it looks like at the moment they will be heading to this afternoon's final, Women's 35s final, starting at 1:30. However, still 20 minutes left. Can the Northern Diamonds get back into this one? We shall find out. But it is the Sharks who are on the attack already. Lois Slough there. Oh, and that's another handling error. We've seen that a few times. It's such a heartbreaker. And a fresh set of 6 for the South East Sharks. Just outside the 7. One touch already. Chance to set up. That was quite a loose pass. Slough did well to take it. It's touch number 2. Now they're coming at speed. Slough, everything seems to be coming through her. Such a linchpin in the centre there. Here she comes again. Was there a touch? It's going to be a conference, and it is given. Try is given. See, would you see it going down there? So it is 4-0 that the South East Sharks lead, and you have to say, with the struggle that the Northern Diamonds has had to get any penetration beyond the 7-metre line, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back into this game and get something from it. South East Sharks looking incredibly organised. It is welcome to see Field 1 here at Lady Bay, bathed in sunshine. Let's hope it stays like that for the rest of the day. As it is the Diamonds over the 7-metre now. Is this their opportunity? It might be, you know. Oh, just a touch, and that is the 6th. The South East Sharks will retake possession on their own 7-metre. Over the 10-metre line. Back central. There's space out on the left, I think. Not needed. It's the mark. Down it goes. And it's another one for the South East Sharks. 5-0 they lead now. Played across, and 5 it is, and it looks like South East Sharks are booking their place in the women's 35s final. It is still early on in this second half, but 2 scores already. But the Northern Diamonds still keep trying. Keep pressing forward. Just need to get a bit more penetration beyond that 7-metre line. Probably not really had a good quality chance. Involved in a really good game with the Midlands Tigers on the stream last night, our final game. But they really struggled to get any sort of foothold in this game, unfortunately. However, a handling error there by the Sharks. I think they've got away with it. Over halfway. There come the Sharks again. Looking to go along their right-hand side, back into the centre now. Just looking for that hole or that space to open up. May do now. There was a touch. No, that's going to be given the try. diving through, the touch was claimed. But it's Leah Cuthbertson who gets the try. It's 6 now for the South East Sharks, 3 in the opening 5 minutes of the second half. So, Northern Diamonds probably need to go for damage limitation now, but it would be nice to see them get something on the board. Out. Down again. Now, is this their opportunity? I think it is. Yes, they have got one. And there's great celebrations from the sub box in front. Let's watch this again. Megan Clayton diving through. And that was greeted like a last-minute winner at Twickenham. Fantastic. It's great to see them on the board. Great effort. Over the Sharks come again. Just outside the 7 metre. Back central, they're just trotting back. Looking for that bit of space. That's mishandling. That will give fresh set of 6 to the Northern Diamonds on their own 7 metre line. Halfway. It's not what they wanted. Possession taken back by the South East Sharks. The way they're moving, it looks like they're moving left-hand side to try and get some fresh legs on. This will go towards the sub-box, I think. Now they take the opportunity to make changes. Day gets it back inside. Penalty, and the Northern Diamonds take a fresh set of 6. It's halfway. Chance to come back inside and central. Now, with the ball. Chance again, there maybe it's opened up. Yeah, I think that's another try for the Northern Diamonds. Great quick play, quick hands, nice reverse pass, and the space opened up. And Samantha Kiernan makes it 6-2. Now, have I spoken too soon? Is the comeback on? 2 consecutive tries for the Northern Diamonds. They've got 11 minutes. Really come to life in this last 4 or 5 minutes. As it is though, South East Sharks over the Diamonds 7 metre line once again. Another handling error, and that will give possession back to the Diamonds. They look to have a real spring in their step now. They take the opportunity to make some changes there. There's been 3 touches though, and they're not quite at halfway. That's 4. That's the 5th. One more. It's thrown away. So the Sharks will take possession on their own 10 metre. Wow. Into the wing. No touch there, there was there. Still straight in our faces here on the gantry at Lady Bay. It's going right across the pitch. Diamonds again, building down the left-hand side. Will take the opportunity to get some subs on. Another handling error. That will give possession back to the Sharks. Sean puts it down. 8.5 minutes left now. Another drop. 3 times the Sharks have done that in that area. Halfway for the Diamonds. Sharks with possession again, just coming over halfway now. 5 touches they have to play with. Lau has it, puts it down. Goes to Mel Day, back to Lau. Senses, good driving by the Sharks. Lau again, over 7 metre, is the gap there? No, it's not. Just backs down, I think that might be a fresh set of 6. Again, looking to draw the Diamonds out, looking for that gap. Now again, that's Malday with the touchdown, but there was a touch. Back to Lau. Day again. Central, Day picks it up, it's going to come to the left-hand side, I think, but Lau just sees the gap and will get the try. It's 7-2 to the South East Sharks. Watch this again, great interplay. Lau took the pass from Day, saw the gap and went for it. 7-2, the South East Sharks lead, and they are heading towards the women's 35s final at 1:30 this afternoon, that you will see live here on our second stream of the day. The Diamonds, who will take a lot of confidence and a lot of heart from the 2 tries that they've scored. Not that time. Back they come again, the Sharks, avoiding the touches. There's one there. In fact, that's 6, I think, and so Northern Diamonds will take possession just towards halfway. I think it's a penalty. So, chance for Diamonds with a fresh set of 6 into the Sharks' half. They're at the 7 metre. Subs coming on. And here's the opportunity. Is there a gap there? No, there was a touch. possession back in the Sharks' hands. We've got 4 or so minutes left. First touch, so straight through. Needs to find the pass. Good block, but battered down. I think that will be a fresh set of 6 for the Sharks. I think it is. Yes, it is. Back to the 7-metre line. A chance for the Sharks to stretch the lead further with this fresh set of 6. Is Watchorn just gets touched. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the game. Was that hit cleanly? It wasn't, so... Oh, it was. Now this play is over, but there was a touch. With the Sharks though. Mark needs to find out. It's well caught now. I think there may have been an opportunity for Shelley Concoran to sprint away with it. Would have had a long way to go though. In the centre. Oh, another handling error. That will give possession back to the Sharks with a fresh set of 6. Sharks still there. Sensors still haven't gone over the 7-metre line, but they just need to manage the game. They're well ahead. It goes across to the centre. This play is over on the left. What's the hole there? No, it wasn't. There was a touch. All day into the centre. Going towards the left-hand side. That was an easy touch. And the Northern Diamonds will retake possession after Sharks have used their last set of 6. Coming towards the final minute of the game now. Looking to finish with a flourish. Got a couple of tries in this second half. He's looking to add to that as the game gets into its dying embers. 3rd game we've had this morning, 6 more to come. 2 more on this stream, and then we will have the final stream with the women's 35s, men's 45s, women's 27s and men's 30s finals. They this afternoon from 1:30. Here's a chance for Watchorn to go sprinting through. It's down, and that is going to put the icing on the cake as the hooter goes. Watchorn sprinting through. Victoria Smith was pursuing her, couldn't catch her, and that is that for the game. So the South East Sharks will head to the women's 35s final at 1:30 this afternoon. Coming up next, we've got the men's 40s clash between the South East Taipans and the West Wildcats. Join us for that in about 5 minutes, but enjoy the highlights from this game and we'll be back very, very shortly.
That concludes all the ball games. That brings us to the 5-minute warning. The hoops are with us, so make sure you're
plenty of time, 5-6 minutes, but some of it's going to be ready.
Well, after a brief interlude, which was to allow for the potential of extra time in the women's 35 semi-finals, which wasn't needed, with both of those games being won in normal time, both here on field 1 and on field 2. Attention turns now to the men's 40s, and I think it's just about the final pool round match, but this is the one which could very well decide the destination of the title. It is a de facto final between the West Wildcats, who are on the pitch at the moment, playing from left to right as we look, and the Southeast Taipans, who are in red and will be tapping off. That's because the Wildcats are top of the men's 40s pool standings at the moment, and just by the 1 point though from the Southeast Taipans. My name's Chris Wearmouth, and I'm going to be guiding you through the next 40 minutes of top-class touch rugby action. Going to be joined in a very few minutes by Leslie McCallion from the Northern Diamonds, and also Northeast Raiders, who's doing a massive amount to drive the growth of touch in the Northeast. and no doubt we'll have a bit of a chat about that over the course of the 40 minutes. As everything settles down here at a sun-drenched Lady Bay. A little bit breezy, as you can hear in the background, and you know, there's not a massive amount we can do about the wind shear up here in the commentary box, but it's very nice to have the sun and clear pitches. And here come the Taipans, and it's Eric Williams, who's also coaching the men's 30s this weekend. You know, it's a man with many hats, and he always wears one on the touch field anyway, but he's the one who's got the tap off, and he's trying to spark things amongst his teammates as Jane Nell takes the touch to Williams, back to Nell, and that's Alex Berger takes the touch, and it's Williams diving for the line for the opening score. Nope, touched on the way down, and that's the 6th touch and a turnover, and the Wildcats will restart on their own 7. 3 teams in the men's 40s pool this weekend. They're all playing each other and having a series of friendlies against the men's 45s as well. And the Wildcats now get some fresh legs on pretty quickly. All the more important, given how far we are into the weekend, just rotating those players and giving everybody some time off the field. James Mears takes the touch, and Dougie Benzie, fresh into the Wildcats this year after having been a Southeast stalwart of the Southeast over the past few years, but he and his partner Marnie have both moved up into the Shires, into the home counties, playing for Oxford Touch and now for the West Wildcats. Marnie's coaching the women's 35s this year, and Eric Williams takes the touch. Taipans going nowhere fast up their own sideline. Joe Diaz just gets the ball off the deck, and that's Tim Stoller takes the touch. Taipans came close to opening the scoring in their first attack, and Aaron Chan feeds Jarvis Manupeu, but that's another holdout by the West Wildcats, and they will restart. Working their way up the field to get some fresh legs on. And the Wildcats now look to move up to halfway, but it's all slowed down a little bit. It's Amro Karim, although his dancing feet have got the Wildcats onto the front foot into the Taipans half. That's gone wide out now, and will all of a sudden sucker punch from the Wildcats? No, Ben Blackburn just touched on the way down, and Leslie McCallum has joined me in the sub box. Sorry, not the sub box. I think it's in the commentary box. She's joined me fresh from the Northern Diamonds sub box, and also a well-earned warm down and stretch. Just I was talking right at the very start, Leslie, about the weather conditions this week, which are chalk and cheese from last Sunday in particular. Just how good is it for the should we say the older generation of the seniors and masters to have weather like this to keep everybody going over the weekend?
Perfect. This is perfect weather for us playing touch. Nice and warm, easy to keep right between games. Yeah, it really suits us.
And we'll have a little bit more of a chat in a second, just after this Wildcats attack. Amro Karim sets up play on the 7, but feeds it back in to Alistair Barnes, and Barnes just gets the ball off the floor. And now the Wildcats are trying to stretch the Taipans. They've had a fresh set of 6, which is what they needed, having been under so much pressure on their own line with successive Taipans attacks. And they set the play up, and Karim gets the ball, and he's going to dive for the line or trying to get his way through, and they get a fresh set of 6. It's a nice chilled out atmosphere as well, Leslie.
Yeah, yesterday, lovely atmosphere. Nice to catch up with some players that we've not seen for a long time.
And the Wildcats stretching the play to the left, That was Cameron Allen, who was trying desperately hard to find somebody in space, and it just didn't work. And just in the northern team, certainly the Raiders Northeast teams weren't at the Nationals last week, and obviously for the distance to come down for the National Touch Series as well. It's to get back and playing on this kind of stage. How much have you enjoyed it over the past couple of days?
I've loved it. It was touch and go for the Diamonds whether we would be able to get a side out, because the Northeast couldn't get the numbers and the Northwest were the same. So just too good an opportunity to be able to play women's and be able to play women's 35s for us. We had to get a side out. Unfortunately, we've been able to get numbers from both the Northwest, Northeast, and to be honest, we've put out a competitive side.
In terms of the, I'll pick up on that in just a second as the Wildcats through Ben Blackburn now get the ball off the floor, and that's Matt Janes from Cheltenham. Lifted a trophy with the Cheltenham Jaguars at the last Development National Touch Series a couple of weeks ago. Because you're heavily involved in the Eurostars Women's 35s as well at the last World Cup. When there are restricted numbers, it seems to be that category. It seems to be a real desire of yours in particular to make sure that there is still an opportunity for players in a category to be able to compete and experience that, even if there's not enough numbers for one individual team.
Absolutely. The World Cup, if we hadn't raised that Eurostars team for the World Cup, the division wouldn't have gone ahead. And we had some strong players from across Europe and came together just days before the World Cup, and again we were a competitive side, but it's too important to be able to have that opportunity to play and give players the opportunity to play. We've got a lot of strength in the women's game in the Masters across Europe, and alright, France can't raise a side, Wales, but we can pick off players from there to form that Eurostars team, and we'll have great fun.
Speaking of great fun, that was Eric Williams, who was showing feet more akin to the Strictly Ballroom to open the scoring there for the Southeast Taipans, but he seems to have been coming off holding a hand, and don't know how long it'll be until we see him again. But the Taipans, they do deserve that early lead, just almost creating a try out of nothing there through Williams, because he sidesteps his way past a couple of Wildcats defenders. But here comes Amro Karim. He played I think it was the Mixed Open for the Wildcats last week, so he's experienced at a slightly faster level, should we say, than this. But he gets the ball off the floor, Karim, from the Oxford club, and looking for support, but there's nobody there. He's the half, and that is a turnover, and Taipans have shut that down really well. And now get fresh legs on. Even at this stage, it becomes increasingly important to get the fresh legs on, Leslie.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we came into this thinking that we would have a double shift, where essentially you stay on for two sets of attacks, a couple of sets of D, but we've found that in this competition the speed of it, we're subbing off every set, so being able to make the sub box effectively is really important. It builds a platform for the team that are subbing on.
Talking of subbing on, the Wildcats are going to restart with a penalty, because that ball got thrown away by the Taipans. It's something that the referees are very hot on this year, for a straight handover, just to keep the game as fast as possible, which is not what you want necessarily when you've covered half a dozen 40-minute games over the course of the week. And the Wildcats, that's Matt Janes takes the touch just inside the Taipans half, and Wildcats through Janes are now getting, and Dougie Benzie are getting a good amount of roll forward ball, and ball through the hands quickly, but it hits the deck, and Matt Mahoney, who is one of the biggest characters in men's. The only reason why I say it is because his mugshot for the World Cup was absolutely priceless. I don't know if you saw it.
No, I didn't.
It was a proper pose with the ball and tickling his very large beard. And here comes Williams. He's shaken off the little knock that he had, and he's putting the ball through the hands to get the Taipans onto the front foot. So you say the Taipans need to win this, because they are a point behind the Wildcats in the men's 40 standings, and This time it goes wide. That ball has gone mightily forward. I know it's been touched in flight, says referee Lee Massey. Just the sets of 6 in terms of being able to build pressure, Leslie. It becomes vital at this stage when you've got the teams who are so evenly matched and competitive.
Yeah, if you get a repeat set of 6 like the Taipans have got here, you know, all your energy has to go into defending this out. You just have to defend this hard and make sure you reduce the opportunities for the attack and players. But no, not given that.
It's been given.
It's been given, yeah. I have to say the referees for our game and the previous game against South East Sharks, very, very strong. Great communication from the refs. Quite strict, but really good comms from them.
Eric Williams' dancing feet opened the scoring for the Taipans, and this time it's Shane Weston who on this near side, showed fantastic balance to stay inside the whitewash. You know, we thought that he might have touched it up here, or there might have been a touch before, but no, the sideline referee gives the score, and the Taipans are now extending their lead to 2, and already, I mean, we're just 10 minutes into the first half of this game, plenty of touch still to be played, another half hour of it, but you know, the Taipans have been that little bit more clinical than the Wildcats here on day 2 at the 2021 Seniors and Masters Nationals. That one is just rebounded and it's a straight turnover, and the Taipans now are going to look to put the Wildcats onto the back foot. Justin Conway, we had him up on in commentary yesterday, the England Mixed Opens coach, and one of the guiding lights between London Scorpions. And they've got the Taipans onto the front foot, and this ball is going. They're running a lovely, I was going to say almost can we call it an obstruction line?
Yeah, I think perhaps they were both aimed for the same hole there.
That's the unmistakable beard of Matt Mahoney, who was in Exeter for 9 years, but he's gone back to his childhood roots, he's telling me. He's now on the south coast and back into the Taipans territory, and he's a big loss to the Southwest Saxons, to be honest, at this level. And a former Southeast player, Dougie Benzie, has now got the ball in his hands and taking the touch. Matt James gets the ball quickly off the floor, and the Taipans now need to get back. They can't afford to let the Taipans get any further forward in front, and they're getting some good pace going. Benzie, seen him play for Oxford in the elite NTS and for the EY London Vipers, doing a bit of development work there to get that team competitive in the development NTS. And just what we restarted in terms of, because there's been a lot of work being done in the northeast to get more clubs playing and getting used to a tournament environment over the last 6 months, even if it hasn't been on the national stage.
Yeah, we've got teams, clubs like Scarborough coming in, obviously Percy Park, Blackadders. The teams are starting up now, and lots of friendlies being set up, which is really nice. So certainly Catterick Touch, and we've got a new side up in the northeast, the Ravens, which is the LGBTQ rugby union team actually that have taken to touch really, really well. So it's building, it's growing. We just have to work a little bit harder at the depth with getting our referees up to qualified, more people putting their hand up to ref, get the qualifications, coaches, building that side of the game. Plenty of people keen to play, though.
Yes, well, that's the most important thing. People keen to play, but as you said, it's the importance of volunteers and referees and coaches and the whole infrastructure. I think England Touch isn't alone with that. I think it's something which benefits every sport. And the Taipans, they've been handed a fantastic opportunity deep in the Wildcats half. The Wildcats being a wee bit ambitious in their last attack, the ball sailing into touch, and Eric Williams just ambles back to the 7, scored one, and is looking to set up another, and gets the ball back off the floor. The Taipans do a quickie play, but that's
unfortunate.
That's a fresh set of 6 and a loss of control.
And this is a killer now for the defence, and a gift for the attack.
In terms of Taipans, can you see them? Are they trying to? Well, we'll see this after just a second. If that's been given. Actually, we'll talk about how they've been conditioned. Well, if we just have a quick look at that replay, you can just tell me what's happened on that.
Can I? Yeah. I can see from there. You caught me on the hop on that one.
It's a good finish by the Taipans.
Sorry.
That's all right, there's no problem.
I was on a beach in Bali for a minute then. I thought you'd had tea and biscuits up here for me anyway. It's like, I was hoping for a brew and a bacon butty.
The bacon van's over there, and I can heartily recommend their variety of pig products that they have in a bun. Bacon, sausage, black pudding, you name it, throw in an egg and a bit of cheese, and you've got a breakfast of champions if it's not...
Maybe for the diamonds we need champagne and canapes, maybe that's what would have suited us better.
You can have a Prosecco and a bunch of bargain snack sausage rolls. Up here in the boxes, the Wildcats are now 3 down, and are they looking to... And they have opened the scoring. Andrew Hammond takes advantage of the offside player to go over from close range. And the Wildcats really needed that from a game perspective, if nothing else.
Yeah, definitely. If they can stop these, reduce these repeat sets that they're given to the Taipans on the line, they're going to be in a better position.
Matt Mahoney drops the ball off, and there's a penalty given.
The words were out of my mouth there.
Yeah, that was, and we'll see how important that penalty is going to be. Wildcats now having to work back hard on the 7. Matt Janes had to do just that, and he's attacked up the middle. That's Justin Conway who goes for that. It's definitely the players to target, isn't it? The player who's retreating back the 7.
Yeah, definitely. And you know they know they've got 6 here, so I think this is the second coming, isn't it? So they've got the opportunity. They're hitting this side repeatedly, so it's whether they hit again and then start opening up towards their right-hand attack, just to condition the defence a little bit.
Aaron Chan came close, and he gets the ball back again and drops it off to Matt Mahoney, and is that a late pass being given there, or is that just a 6th? I think it's a 6th turnover.
Couldn't see the ref signal there.
Chan questioning the call as to what that was, and that was a 6th touch turnover. And the Wildcats, having held out a couple of repeat sets on their own line, have done the hard work, and now they put some more hard work into the attack, and already they're up to the Taipans 10-metre line, getting deeper. Here comes Amro Karim putting the ball, and they're going really, really quick and asking the plenty of questions of the defence. And Andrew Hammond opened the scoring by targeting an offside player, and he's got number 2 from targeting the offside player, and that's a mightily impressive score there from the Wildcats, just really putting the Taipans onto the back foot.
Yeah, gem of a score. They just really kept the momentum coming up the middle. Subbing on, kept the momentum, keep driving forwards.
And the Wildcats posse in the stand. I'll come back to this tangent in just a second after that turnover, which gives me a good one. I had chatting to Claire Rylands earlier on, yesterday as it happens. She was playing in the Women's Open last week for the Wildcats, and now she's here playing in the 27s, I think, for the Wildcats. And it's and now doing the Thundercats chant, which there's unfortunately now there's too many players in the Opens who are too young to remember it. Oh. But it's something that we've seen an awful lot, or heard an awful lot of, across Lady Bay over the past day or so. And Wildcats now have got themselves back into this game at 3-2, and they're looking to tie things up. Ben Blackburn from Banbury. They're all keeping the ball alive very nicely on that far side with the offloads, but that's a 6th touch and a turnover. And Wildcats resetting defence, and they've killed the ball right over on the far side, and now we'll look to put some pressure on the Taipans to try and make them use a couple of touches before they even get some fresh legs onto the field. But it's only taken a couple for the Taipans to get over the halfway line. Wildcats are going to need to put some pressure, some more pressure in defence on that, and the Taipans pace has brought out an offside penalty, and Taipans now will restart with the tap, and have restarted with the tap in a perfect position. Taipans just setting things up, and That was Daniel Dyer who was creating an overlap on the right, and now he's got the ball. Lovely scoop off the floor. Ball comes wide, in comes the dive, well, in comes the dot down, and that's Shane Weston, who's got his second of the game. Yeah, there's very little the winger on this near side could do about that. Will Marshall-Murray, outnumbered, and even though, and there's absolutely no way that ball's going to go forward, is it, in this wind?
No, it's picking up, isn't it?
We thought we would have a lovely bit of sun for the rest of the day, but it's clouded over here at the Bay, but more importantly the rain is staying off. That's half-time in this men's 40s pool match, and the South East Taipans, that try just before half-time has taken their lead out to 4 tries to 2. We will be back in the second half in just a couple of minutes' time. Don't go anywhere.
Well, first and foremost is we want to give everybody a game, so we are an inclusive club, and we will search out opportunities where everybody who wants to play representative touch for the club can do. So that comes from those down to, I think our youngest player has been 11 this last season, up to, dare I say, Hobbo, I think he's 57 now, and that's what we are about. We're an inclusive club, but within that we also want to be a club that wants to get better, wants to improve, wants to win things, and for us, trying to grow the top level of our club and getting better and growing our performances, that was also just as important.
No, it's good. Just shows how touch can be played by everyone.
Yeah.
I think it's a good selling point for the sporters in general.
Yeah, because I can learn more from him than other people because he knows what I'm like.
It's a facility for all ages to play touch rugby. As you can see with our training, that we've got kids from sort of 9 and 10 up to me, who's quite old, over 50.
Representing Nottingham with England is great because the Euros were held here as well, so we had a really good support as well for my first Euros campaign.
I think it's been a part of our strategy, part of our plan. We see the future, we want to get better as a club. To do that, we need to bring youth in to shift as oldies further down the line. I think it's also the fact that as some of the older players bring their families down, children, there's 3 or 4 of us here tonight with children, the strategy's also been really targeting schools, junior clubs around here. The summer league that runs each year now gets 100 plus under 15s in.
Well, we did something at school for it and then we enjoyed it, so we decided to carry on.
We have a coaching setup here, I think, of 16 level 1, sort of the intermediate level coaches.
What a good defender is going to do is come out and just run straight at them. If they're going to front you up and they're going to stop you, he just comes straight at me, we go underneath him, slow down the roll ball, he's either going to turn the ball over, drop it, or the ball's going to be slowed down so that the half can't get in. And
in addition to that, we've probably got another half dozen who are in the England frame who help out, and you'll see that tonight. Everybody's prepared to put their hand up and help, so it's not just about taking from the club, it's about giving back, which is fantastic. You'll see the mixing between adults and juniors, and for me, from a junior perspective, that's one of the key things that we've done, is rather than separating out junior training every week, we try and mix it in where we can, and what you see from the juniors particularly is just they're growing in confidence and having to deal with players that are probably much more their senior in age and experience, and that's great for their own personal development as well as their physical development.
Help us learn new skills and improve during the game.
Everyone gets integrated together, all different levels, lots of coaching and advice.
And it's just a great spirit down here. That's why I like coming down. We have a laugh, although we take training seriously. There's always somebody to have a laugh and a chuckle with and enjoy it.
I think for me, probably I would focus the game on getting as many children coming down over the summer as you can. From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in. And focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards, which is how we started 5, 6, 7 years ago. And as a result of that, we're slowly chipping away at getting up the ranks.
This is Nottingham.
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 That was a little film about Nottingham, and the ground staff. That Nottingham Touch don't play here, but you know, we brought the Nationals to the home of Nottingham RFC, Championship Rugby Club, and considering, I don't know if you saw how the pitches ended up last week, Leslie, but the ground staff have done an absolutely amazing job to turn around what basically were certainly 2 pitches that were well on their way to destruction. They've turned them around into what have been fantastic playing surfaces this weekend. And just while we restart, let's have a quick chat about Orly, your daughter, who's played, you know, multiple codes just in this year alone, in terms of playing touch for Percy Park and in various competitions, but also Union for DMP Durham Sharks and League for Leeds. You know, as a parent, you must be very proud of that.
Oh, very proud. It's nerve-wracking now going to watch, but yeah, it's really good to see.
Why is it particularly nerve-wracking?
Contact. She might get hurt.
Speaking of contact, there's no contact on Dougie Benzie except between him and the ground. And the Wildcats needed to open the second half with a score, and they have done just that as Benzie finds that opening.
Yeah, very good start for them.
But in terms of from a development perspective, you know, when you've got somebody who can play that number, it really just shows how transferable all of these skills are between one game and the other.
Definitely. The handling skills from touch into league and union, and she really enjoys playing all 3 codes.
Taipans setting up camp on the Wildcats line. And play comes into the middle. Justin Conway gets the ball off the floor. He's looking for support. That has gone, well, that's just died in the wind. And there's a turnover for the Wildcats. And just lastly, in terms of the impact, in terms of rugby-wise, the impact of having you know, more top-flight teams or more improving professional teams across the various codes up in the northeast, now with Durham Sharks in the Prem 15s. What impact does that have in terms of awareness on about rugby as a code?
Oh, it's grown all the time, and the women's game has certainly grown all the time. We have a very, very strong women's rugby league side in Whitley Bay Barbarians, which was Ola's club, and you know, they produced 3 players certainly at Leeds Rhinos, and also players at Huddersfield, I think, and Castleford as well. So they're really strong, and give the girls that leg up into the Super League.
That's a loss of control there from the Taipans as they were getting fresh legs on. They've managed to get those legs on, but possession is now with the Wildcats, and it's Amra Karim who looks to take the touch on the far side. He's a stretch play a little bit to the Wildcats' right, and then he's done that with a dual purpose because he's now off the field. Here comes Matt Janes. Rolling subs in touch. Players as generally will spend a couple of minutes on and then a couple of minutes off, or maybe even 1 minute on and a couple of minutes off. Leslie was telling us in the first half just how intense it's been as a player, and how quickly teams have been looking to sub, getting on and off. And Matt Janes, he's been on and off regularly. He's been a playmaker for Cheltenham this year, and he's a playmaker for the Wildcats right now. That's a 6 touch and a turnover. Justin Conway gets the ball back off the floor, and it's Jose Diaz gets the ball off the floor and gets the Taipans going, and all of a sudden they're up to the halfway line. Heavy touch queried by the Taipans. Matt Mahoney drops his shoulder a little bit just to emphasise the point, but play goes on. Eric Williams on the 5th touch, 1 touch to play with for the Taipans. Wildcats look to shut things down they do, and that's a lovely touch and a bit of good shutting down there from the Wildcats. That Alistair Barnes makes that. The pass went away afterwards, and Ben Blackburn restarts with a penalty.
Yeah, it was a big defensive shift from the Wildcats there.
And they get another set of 6 for offside. Referee Lee Massey not taking any prisoners with that. I refereed a men's 40s 45s game yesterday, and you never take the competitive nature out of everybody, even at that level, when it comes to the hard touches or the banter, the discussions with the referees at the time. Quite enjoy it actually as a ref. It's you can have a good bit of a laugh as well as good practice. Dougie Benzie takes the touch, and here come the Wildcats looking to tie things up. Ben Blackburn, ball comes wide, and there's an injury, unfortunate injury there. One of the Wildcats has he gone over? He looks to have gone over on his ankle, and just hobbling back up again. Fair play. And he's got a lot of defending to do now. It's Alan Hubble there, I think, number 13. And Eric Williams. Taipans are now getting properly onto the front foot. They're getting a good roll on. It's a hallmark of the Southeast teams in particular that we've seen over the last 2 weekends. Now all of a sudden they're attacking deep. Aaron.
Another good defensive shift by Wildcats there.
Aaron Chan heavily involved. It becomes really hard when you're having to really work back. How important is the communication in that situation for people to, to recognise when and where they can or are not able to make a touch and to get back onside?
Oh, you've got to really dig deep, and these are the places in the game where you really do have to dig deep. Subbing off to build a platform for the next pod to sub on, and that line defence.
Matt Janes takes the touch. He eluded the first toucher, and Wildcats are on the Taipans 7. Janes gets the ball off. They've got one touch to play with to the Wildcats. Dive comes in from Alistair Barnes, but he's collided with the defender, unfortunately, and that's a 6-touch turnover, and he's hobbling back into the defensive line. That time it was the Wildcats putting Taipans under pressure to try and get a roll on, and then that pressure in defence has now paid off, and they just need to get the ball going quickly because the Taipans are struggling to get players on. Janes takes play up to the 7, and maybe has been a little bit slower than the Wildcats would have wanted. Here comes Benzie. He's got himself onto the field. Gets the ball back quickly from Karim, and diving for the line, but just drops the ball, and both teams, while digging deep, have fumbled when at crucial moments. Taipans now coming up to the halfway line. Jose Diaz takes the touch, and they've got the pace going. Matt Mahoney. Again, Taipans now have a great platform. Eric Williams. It's the 5th touch. They've got one touch to play with. It's a little Fijian show and go. That's a late pass that's going to be given. You can tell even though before the whistle's gone, you can just see the referees just ambling back to where the penalty is going to be. That was given, I think, for a forward pass as opposed to a late pass, but it doesn't matter. Wildcats have escaped again. Oh, no, they were looking to. That's a real disappointing fumble from the Wildcats because they were shaping to get those fresh legs on, and they're now instead going to have to do a repeat set of 6 and trying to shut things down. Karim is the man in the middle, but just gets eluded by a couple of offloads, makes the touch in the end on Jeff Su. Su gets the ball back, and no rush from the Taipans, but you can see they're building, and here they do. Coming onto the short run, Williams, lovely offload from the veteran, the Galaxy London. Takes that short line, sucks in too, and there you go. And I think that's Shane Weston again, number 8, for his 3rd try of the day, I think.
Just setting up for a middle there with a nice short run, but again, it's those errors, minimise those errors, repeat your sets. But that turnover for repeat set for the Taipans there was a gift again for them.
When you've got players with the experience of Eric Williams, and also just that ability to improvise just a little bit, it's always going to be tricky to defend. And here come the Wildcats, and that's look to be a half court, and it is indeed a half court. Good bit of honesty there from the Wildcats. James Malik there. That's the half you can't get touched, otherwise it's a turnover, just like that. Jose Diaz now gets a good roll on for the Taipans. Matt Mahoney up to halfway, and now here comes John Irwin up to the 10-metre line, and Aaron Chan looking for support. He gets it from Irwin. Is this going to get given? Yes, that is given. Lee Massey gives the try, and that is all about that pace through the middle that we've been talking about, just how important that is.
Yeah, lovely through the middle.
The half can't score, which is why he had to look for an offload, but Aaron Chan got exactly what he needed from John Irwin, and Irwin had played a couple of, as well as setting that up, played an important part in the, as well as scoring, played an important part in the setup of that try. Wildcats now are 3 down with just over 10 minutes to play, and if they're going to stay top of the men's 40s pool, they're going to need to pull something out of the bag completely. Here comes Dougie Benzie up to Ben Blackburn, and good cover defence there from multiple try scorer Shane Weston here on this near side. Benzie still coming to the left. That's a fresh set of 6 now for the Wildcats. Ran into the Taipans defence there, into the traffic, and looking for Ben Blackburn here on this near side winger, on this near side wing. And the Wildcats now looking to condition the Taipans defence instead. Benzie, that one's batted down by his former Galaxy London teammate Eric Williams. Be a fair bit of I've got my eyes on you staring down there in these kind of situations, isn't there? Especially at the start, but especially in these situations as well. Benzie goes for the line, ball down, touch came in, but it was offside. Benzie gets the ball down, and the Wildcats have got what they needed.
Yeah, nicely done. He was looking to throw the long ball. I think that's what the defence were expecting. Lovely dive for the line. Is conditioning defence, when you're training and trying to do it, is it kind of the hardest thing to do to train because everybody's expecting what's coming, or does it make that translation? As Matt Mahoney dives for the line, but there's a touch on the way through. But in terms of the when it then comes into competition, is that you're used to doing the hard work of trying to do things around you. Does that make sense, or am I just talking gibberish? Yeah, it is tricky when you're trying to work on some attacking moves and defensive, within the same team, within the same club, because everybody kind of expects what's coming. The defence will overread it almost. So yeah, it is quite tricky to train. But then, us Northern Diamonds didn't really get the luxury to do any training before this event. So what we're playing essentially is lots of heads-up touch.
We've, speaking of playing heads-up touch, and we were talking before about core skills that are transferable between multiple codes, and that's an example of it, as Shane Weston certainly gets another try on the board, as the Taipans put the ball through the hands, plus playing just before the contact, which you obviously have to do in touch. You can't be touched first before you pass. The ball's got to go away, and through the hands, capitalising on the overlap, and the Taipans are now 3 to the good once again, and time is running out for the Wildcats already. And here comes Alistair Barnes on the rat play, but that's hit the deck for the Wildcats. They're looking to do the good things to pull the Taipans apart. They're just not coming off at the minute, and they just need to be a little bit more clinical somehow. Although it's really difficult against the Taipans team, which has really been able to shut down and really become more clinical at the other end of the field as well. Eric Williams takes the touch, but here comes the rat play coming from Alex Berger, and he works his way off. Mahoney takes the touch. Aaron Chan. There's a good bit of darting run coming left and right from, as Matt Mahoney was there to nearly get the ball, but that was a Jeff Sue there on the weaving run.
One of the key things to look at there is how well the sub-and team, the sub-and pod, the sub-and players made the box. They set up a lovely position for the players, the fresh legs coming on.
Ball comes off the deck quickly from Tim Stoddart to Shane Nell. Nell gets it back to Stoddart. And that comes really close to another score for Jeff Sue. Taipans are really piling on the pressure onto the Wildcats now. Mahoney takes a touch on the 7. It comes quickly to Nell, and the ball, Weston did all of the hard work to get into the open with a line at his mercy. Just drops the ball, and the Wildcats have been let off and are now looking to get their own subbing play going, but it's just grinding to a halt there a little bit for the Wildcats. Maybe a little bit of fatigue, maybe a little bit of trying to force the play. Dougie Benzie takes the touch. Matt Janes gets the ball off the floor quickly. James Mears, and now Janes. Only a couple of touches for the Wildcats to play with. That's dropped back on the inside to Andrew Hammond, but that ball just hit the deck. And with 5 minutes and change to play, it could very well be, if the Wildcats can't score in the next minute, I think that is thank you and good night as far as this game's concerned. Taipans, over the halfway line goes Alex Berger. Now Jose Diaz gets the ball, just puts the pedal to the metal, and Berger just gets touched, and Wildcats have shut them out, and they start in a relatively good position. Matt Janes takes the touch. Benzie now up to the 10-metre line, and Wildcats looking a little bit heavy-legged. Taipans, understandable given how the lead they've built, are looking a little bit more energetic, a little bit of extra bounce in defence. Diaz makes the touch, and here comes Amro Karim to the 10-metre line. Ball comes away quickly, then goes forwards, and that's a turnover. And I think this one, I'm going to call it for the Taipans already, even though, as I say, we're 4 minutes out.
This is where fitness and fatigue really starts to play a part. Digging really deep, working really hard when you are on the field.
The Taipans are on the front foot again. Aaron Shan, he was crucial in setting up their previous score. Eric Williams has scored one, and you can tell how much touch he's played, certainly for Galaxy, because he's got the tan lines to prove it on his arms. Taipans having switched from vests as opposed to t-shirts, and that's a fresh set of 6 there. Bit of a chat now between, is that going to be, what's that giving us? That's a penalty for a late pass. So Wildcats now get going onto the front foot, but they're just seeing a sea of red in front of them, who are really working hard in defence. Karim gets up to the 10-metre line nearly. Here comes Benzie up to the halfway line. No messing about from the big man. Matt Janes up to the 10-metre line doing likewise, and here come the Wildcats half court though. James Mears just on the scoop and run. Just unfortunate for the Wildcats that, having scored right at the start of the second half, they just haven't been able to build, have they?
No, and we've been talking with our diamond side, really important completing sets, and also, you know, giving the opposition repeat sets from our penalties on the line, and I think both teams here have had to withstand those extra sets on the line.
Just Taipans have just been able to withstand those extra sets just a little bit better. That's a fresh set of 6 there. Justin Conway acknowledges it to the referee. Good bit of honesty there. We'd hope so from an England high performance coach.
This is a good place to build for the Wildcats, because they've got the fresh players on.
And here comes Alan Hubbleday taking the touch. Wildcats stretching the play to their right. And there goes James Malik, and that's a quick loss of control, and that's a real shame for the Wildcats. It's just their balloons deflating just a little bit more with every attack that comes to nothing. And the Taipans, I called it 4 minutes ago, and I think it's definitely going to be a win for the Taipans now. Oh, that's a good bit of collision there from Ben Blackburn. He's a tall man, acknowledges that he got that completely wrong in his defence. And Jose Diaz gets onto the front foot, and the Taipans are going through their driving, putting the Wildcats onto the back foot. And Tim Stollers into play with Jose Diaz, and Wildcats are having to work ridiculously hard in defence now. There's one touch left to play for the Taipans. Jeff Su looking for support. Ben Blackburn bats it down, and with 30 seconds to play, the Wildcats are going to have to play this game out on their own line. Still not a bad bit of defensive play there for Blackburn. I mean, he's a very tall man to try and get the ball past, so just to kill that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just allows the defence to reset, but they've been under pressure massive amount in this throughout this game, especially in the second half. Touch comes in there on John Irwin. In terms of how you would summarise this game up briefly, Leslie?
Well, first half really tight, wasn't it? And both teams really put themselves under a little bit of pressure, having to withstand those repeat sets. But yeah, I think fatigue maybe just kicking in a little bit more for Wildcats in the second half. Yeah, you can see that with a few errors. And when you're chasing the game as well, it makes it really difficult. Sometimes you just overplay, overtry. You know, force passes that are not on. But yeah, really tight game, really good competition.
Your final game, you've got another game this weekend?
We've got another game, and I think it is actually against West Wildcats. It was the winner of the Midlands and West Wildcats. So yeah, and we played West Wildcats first yesterday, but we really feel as though we've improved as the weekend has gone on. Unfortunately, Sarah, we've got one injury, so hopefully she's going to be right for the last game, because she's a really important part of the team. So hopefully she'll be right for this last game, and then yeah, we'll just see how we improve compared to that first game against them.
Well, the very best of luck there to Leslie McCallion and the rest of the Northern Diamonds for their final game. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes time for the women's 27 semi-final between the Southwest Saxons and the Southeast Taipans. Do not go anywhere.
Waiting official, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, waiting official.
Welcome back to Lady Bay, and it's the women's 27s semi-final between the Southwest Saxons and the Southeast Taipans. I'm delighted to welcome Ed Budge, who joins me on co-commentary. Ed, what are you expecting from this one?
I think it should be a decent game of touch. I've seen both of these teams play over the weekend so far, and it should be very competitive. Both of them have been looking strong. It's a good start from Taipans there, but excellent covering defence from Saxons.
Go back to the 7-metre line. It's the Taipans who started this game quite strongly in the first 30 seconds, and well from the tap-off, however. 6-touch, and they will. So the chance for the Saxons to get their first attack on the board, and always difficult when you're going from your own 7-metre line.
Yeah, but it's excellent early yards there from the Saxons. They've got great yardage on touch 1 and touch 2, and they've ended up getting the penalty there, so they'll start with a fresh set just short of their own 10-metre line. I'd like to see them not undo all of that good work by going sideways and just get back to going forwards sooner rather than later. It's all kind of slowed down a little at the moment, but we'll just get them moving forwards here and get some momentum onto the play. That's better.
Okay, you are the women's 35s head coach, so I think you've been watching that competition with interest.
I have, yeah, and it's been really, really encouraging. It's been, I mean, the standard of the women's 35s competition has been fantastic, with the one caveat being that everyone seems to be getting injured, which has been a little frustrating to watch, but there we see Saxons go over. Excellent scoop through. Just too much of a gap there in the middle of the Taipans, midfield there. Just two defenders going in opposite directions creates the hole. And
Zoe Albert going over, and it's the Southwest Saxons who take the lead. So a strong start from them. Just on the 35s, final coming up at 1:30, the Southeast Sharks against the Midlands Tigers. You must be looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I am. As the Sharks have had a strong tournament so far. They've won every game they've played, and Midlands have been involved in some tight ones. They had played their semi-final against the West Wildcats, which I think they just took by a score, and I think there was only one in it yesterday when they took on the Wildcats as well. So they'll be looking just to bring some of those performances into their game against the Sharks, and maybe, I don't want to call it an upset. As I said, Midlands Tigers are always a strong side, especially in the women's senior divisions, but I think that should be an excellent exhibition of women's Masters touch.
The Saxons again, they starting again from deep in their own half. It's just coming up to halfway now. I think that's 3 touches. Strong drive, but just avoids the touch. That will be a turnover. The Taipans will get the chance to go again. Ball down over halfway. Mixed results so far for both of these sides. The Saxons with a draw against the Midlands Tigers, a win against the West Wildcats, and a loss against the Taipans in the group stages. Just 6-5 though, so that you could expect quite a close game based on that result from the group stages.
Yeah, and I think it's been tight across the board in this division throughout the weekend. I just see Taipans had a little bit of a miscommunication going into their line attack, just allows Saxons to come away, and we'll see if the strength of their driving game continues through this set. It's looking pretty good so far. They just look to finish off.
The Taipans themselves with 2 losses, and then that win against the Saxons. So similar results for both in the group stages. So again, that does point to another close encounter.
see if it plays out that way.
He says it's always very easy on paper, isn't it? In practice, it can be very different.
Yeah. Two forward passes there for my money. I think the second one of them has just been caught by the referee, so that ball will go over to the Saxons in good field position, so they should get a good chance to strike. Jen Palmer taking matters into her own hands in the midfield, getting a good shove for her trouble.
Into midfield it comes.
Just want to get themselves up towards the 7-metre line. You can see they're making some substitutions. They don't want to burn too many touches here around the 10 while they do that. They need to get themselves up there and put themselves in a good position to strike. This will be the one coming now. This will be what they'll look to set.
Good defence though. Now they're over the 7. Is the gap there? It's not.
That's a good chase down touch there. Excellent excellent dive just to make that touch with the half going through. Turns the ball over, back in the hands of the Taipans.
I think that pass looked a little forward then, but yeah, I think that has been given as well, has it?
No, I think yeah, we've got something against the defending team there, possibly for offside, I think. So forward pass or not, they've got away with that one.
And they come over halfway. Just adjusting his position as the Taipans go over. I think that's going to be given.
Yep, looks like it. Quick chat between the rest, but a fantastic diving finish there. Getting out of full extension and getting that ball down on the line. Strong finish.
Put down there by Alice Tozy. So the South East Taipans bring it level. And we're all square at 1-1 with 6 minutes played.
Yeah, nice, tight, close game, as advertised, as promised, Johnny.
Well, we'll see if it plays out like that. There's plenty of time to go. I've been wrong many times in the past. Taipans again with possession as they head towards halfway. Nice quick passing through the centre.
Yeah, good strong direct set up the middle here. I like this. They've been struggling to get yards going to their box, and they've got the reward there with the penalty. Driving direct set right up the middle, put some pressure on the Saxons defenders.
Just take the opportunity to change a couple of players. That has held them up a little bit. So now looking to build from the right, heading back towards the centre. Slightly hesitant. As the wind once again picks up here in Nottingham, you can probably hear it over the microphones. And now that's a great pass down. Now is that down? No, I think a touch was given.
Touch made there, yeah. Fantastic, good, strong pass off the left hand there, coming round on the sweeper. Just getting that touch in. Excellent defensive touch, I have to say.
Below Frey getting the ball down, just being touched in the process. Very close though.
Absolutely, it's going to, as I say, sporting cliches coming out nice and early in my commentary stint, but you know, close games is going to be, you know, fine margins. It's always the same in touch, you know. You've only got to make the slightest touch on a player, so these defensive touches get made with that ball, you know, centimetres, inches from the floor. So it's on these little tiny things that the good finishes are made, and the games can be decided.
I think that's something that we've seen this weekend. It is how close the vast majority of the games have been, especially on this field.
Yeah, I think that it bodes well that there's strength across various regions. I mean, we don't have every region represented in every division in the women's category, but we've got the whole country represented either in 27s or women's 35s, and it goes to show that there's players coming through in all areas, and it's leading to better competition. It's leading to competitions like this and games like we've seen this weekend, which will make these players better, which is what you want. Is what I want as an England coach and member of the high performance team. You want to see, you know, games where players really have to bring their best, and there's a bit of the best of Jen Palmer there. Fantastic step. Has the touch come in? Apparently not. No, excellent finish there.
Yeah, you see it coming across the line here, right in the middle. And Victoria Stephen puts the ball down. The South West Saxons take the lead once again, 2-1.
Jen Palmer creating the space. Vicky Stevens finishing it off. That's a women's 35s, England women's 35s try right there.
I see, and this must be good for you. The closer the games, the bigger the depth. It just gives you more options. I suppose in a way makes your job harder, but it must be a nice harder with having so many players who you've got to pick from.
Yeah, I mean, I can't count the number of people in my squad, around my squads, in other sort of parts of the England setup who have told me what a difficult selection job I'm going to have towards the end of this summer and after this tournament. But yeah, just the number of strong senior women's players that we've got is excellent. And again, on those close games, you want to see how some of these players who have been in high performance squads respond in pressure situations, because like the nature of the touch calendar, especially from an international perspective, is we only really get to play once a year at European Championships or World Cups or wherever it may be. So you do all of this training and we have all of these camps, and you only get very rare occasions to see your best players tested under those conditions where it's 2 minutes to go and they've got an important game on the line and they're one score down. And you know, getting close games in competitions like this kind of just gives them that experience and lets you evaluate and see who brings their best performance when you really need it.
There's a chance for the Saxons, and it's down. That's well played, and it's given.
Yeah, strong again on the scoop there from Saxons. They're looking dangerous at the end of these rucking sets. Taipans might want to put a little bit of pressure on them early because they've had a few opportunities to strike and to scoop from around the 7-meter line. And as a defending team, you want to kind of limit those opportunities where you can. So I'd like to see Taipans put a little bit more midfield pressure on. But credit to Saxons for finishing off really well and taking a good lead.
Yeah, Rosie Kells there, just finding a bit of open space to take the pass and put the ball down. And it's a 2-point advantage now for the Southwest Saxons. However, here come the Taipans along the line. Oh, good touch.
Yeah, strong touch there. I like the reads from Taipans. I like the pick up on the short side. Test them both ways. Make sure that their open side defenders are paying attention.
Yeah, Rachel Keane there with a bit of speed, but just getting the touch. She went over the line. I think that's another touch there.
She's looked dangerous all weekend, Rachel, when I've watched the Taipans play. So yeah, I'll see if they get her on the ball, get her in key strike positions for the rest of this game.
Across the line, they come on to the 7-meter. Through the centre, there's space out on the wing. Now, did she dodge the touch there? No, she didn't.
Don't think so. We had a slip in defence there. There was an inside ball option, lots of space on the inside of the wing, but she's decided to go herself and hasn't come up with a finish. So
here's the opportunity. Needs to find someone open and does. Julie Coulter puts the ball down. Okay, and back within one.
Excellent, good finish there from Julie. I think that's Emma Young picking up on the scoop there for Taipans. Fantastic to see her playing. She's had such rotten luck with injuries over the last 5 years. I think she came down to CSSC, and I think she was injured about a week after I met her. And this is the longest. These last couple of months is the longest I've seen her out and playing and fit and healthy since. So it's great to see her playing, and a fantastic scoop there to set up that score.
Here come the Saxons once again. They're at the 7-meter. Good drive from the tap off. Oh, now was that down? No, there was a touch. Referee indicating the touch as that was put down. And as the 6 are over, the Taipans will retake possession. We've got just under 7 minutes remaining in this first half. 3-2 the Southwest Saxons lead. Is that fair enough for you so far, Ed?
I think so, yeah. I think Saxons have been dangerous at the scoreline, but they've been the more aggressive team in the midfield, and you're seeing it here with Kathy Farrer and her teammates flying up out of the line. And yeah, it's cost them a few penalties, but I like that they're trying to put the Taipans under pressure and limit their space. And it's worked well for them so far, but Taipans will get another opportunity, which they've shut down.
Attempted dummy there from Sally-Ann Butterworth, and just didn't pay off.
But again, good place to finish a set. Get the Saxons driving off their own 7 metre, and yet just a little bit of pressure, a little bit of a mistake, and see the Taipans get another opportunity to strike at the line. So we'll see if they bring anyone on to have make this strike play. See if they get anyone in a good position. See who's coming on.
Fresh legs coming on, and they now join the attack on the 7 metre. Stepping back, down it goes now. Here's the opportunity. Is there anybody open? Oh, there didn't need to be, I don't think. That's given.
Yeah, excellent score there. So just testing them on the short side again. I think maybe a little bit of a lack of communication in the Saxons' defence, and so we want to be covering that short side off the touch. And Emma Young's seen the defender retreating a little straight, taking advantage on the short side. Yeah, does that tie things up?
Yep, it does indeed. 3 apiece. Emma Young with the equaliser. Look for the pass, but the opportunity opened up for her right in front of her. And she took it with aplomb. 3-all.
They brought some energy into this defensive set, Taipans. You can see them just getting a little bit more aggressive, getting up high and making touches. So maybe those couple of scores have brought a little bit of extra life to them.
Oh, now a chance for the Saxons. Is that the lead retaken? I think it is.
I think the ref's got a decision to make on whether that pass was late, whether the touch was in first. Sideline ref seems happy.
He's going to have a discussion.
Taipans don't look happy. Yeah, and the score's given. I thought there was a possibility of a touch being made before that pass was released. I mean, we'll have a look, see if we can get a replay of it at some point, possibly later on today. I'll check it out.
Yes, it's.
Until then, we will trust the referee's judgment that they've made the right call there.
So Ellie Moss with the touchdown. 4-3. The Saxons regain the lead.
I mean, it's a try-fest at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, that's it.
Every single score, every single set that's leading to a score, except that one.
Chris Weir, I thought camera enjoying that one.
That's why I don't do this for a living.
The old commentator's curse. It happened for me a couple of times yesterday, so you're certainly not alone, Ed. Over halfway, the Saxons come again as we go into the final 3 minutes or so of this first half. The Saxons looking quick as they come towards the 7 metre line.
Well watched, well tracked in defence there. They've just got to make sure they keep with their players here and don't give up space.
I like that one, and I think that's going to be given.
It is.
And it
Again,
is.
Dangerous on the scoop, Saxons. I say every single time they get into these positions, they're getting themselves into the in goal and finding space. So something for Taipans to look at, something for Charlie Meredith to have a think about at half-time, possibly.
Jess Miller with the latest score, and it seems that Taipans pulling it back to 3-3 has sparked the Saxons back into life. 2 quick scores have seen them take a 2-point advantage once again.
It was literally the only set out of the last 5 where someone hasn't scored was the one where I called it that they would.
And Taipans looking to get it back within 1. Start again on the 7 metre line. Down it goes. Oh, through the centre. Oh, good touch.
Yeah, I think it's the first time they've pulled that ball back and fed the wrapper on that 32 short play. There's been a lot of space there with a lot of the games I've seen actually over the weekend. It's good to see a team looking to exploit, but the Saxons have shut it down well.
And mistake there, which gives possession back to the Saxons. Deep in their own half though. Is it a case of just trying to run down the clock a little bit at this point when you're 2 points ahead towards half-time?
I mean, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, at half-time, there's no harm in them going down and trying to put another score on. They've been dangerous, Saxons, when they've been rocking the ball. So yeah, why not try and put another one on before half-time?
Yeah, they come.
It's a little forward.
Yeah, I think that was forward.
Yeah, caught from the sideline. Yeah.
So Taipans will get a fresh set of 6. And they've got a minute to drive up the pitch pitch. Try and get a touchdown to reduce the arrears before half-time. There's 3 touches there. Starts to pick up again. Seems to be coming in fits and starts of the wind. It's dropping and then it picks up once again. It's coming right across the pitch, which will make passing from side to side difficult.
I can assure you, having been, having only just come up into the commentary box, it's still a down at ground level than it is up here. I mean, we've got all of 15 feet of elevation, and it's about 10 degrees colder than it was before I climbed up this ladder. I'm going to have to go and get another layer at half time.
Yeah, I have a coat on, and I had it on all yesterday. I've had it on all today, and it's supposed to be 20-21 degrees as the hooter goes for half time. Play is blown down, and it's a 5-3 Southwest Saxons lead at the end of the first half. We'll take a short break. Join us again for the second half very shortly.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's where we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and a bit of knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
to Lady Bay. About 30 seconds away from this second half. Southwest Saxons leading Southeast Taipans by 5 points to 3. You can see across the whole of the Nottingham Rugby Club there, fields 2, 3 and 4 with games going on. It's not just games on pitch 1 here. As we pan across, lovely work there, Chris. As we head towards kick-off of this second half, but it's a full festival, Ed, isn't it? You know, a lot of games going on. I know most people only see what's on the stream, but there's a lot more going on.
Yeah, very much so. So it's always good to come to nationals, and whether it's opens or masters or juniors or what it is, and see all of these fields sort of occupied with great touch and played over multiple days. Lots of good games to get under the belt, and yeah, it's been a good weekend for that as always.
Here come the Saxons as they had the tap off. Looking to increase, but an error gives the Taipans possession very deep in their own half.
See what Taipans can do driving out. And so while we're crediting Chris's sterling camel work, as I said, he's got a much easier job. This is nothing on his, his Mona Lisa, which was the Opens finals done with his phone last week.
Yes.
working with much easier equipment this time around.
Sterling work by Chris and commentator Jarlath as well, who went off and covered 2 finals on phone. Did a great job, leaving me here to mop up and clear up. Here comes the Taipans again.
Good pressure from Vicky Stevens at link, getting up high out of the line, shutting down some attacking options.
Nice quick pass. Now here's the opportunity. Space out on the right. Is it needed? Is that going to be given? I think it is. No, it's not.
Just got an offside penalty there. They just managed to track across and make the touch, but we can see the space coming again off that 32 short, that little rooster play with that ball coming around the back. So yeah, we'll see if Taipans stay with that throughout the second half and try and make it work.
So fresh set of 6, tapped away.
Just looking to set up that 32 again. Saxons just pulling out of the touch and getting away with it there.
Just for anyone watching it who is new to touch rugby, when you say trying to set up the 32,
I'll give you the simplest explanation of that I can. It's sometimes a convention to sort of number the positions. So with the 6 players across the field, you've got 2 wings on the outside, you've got 2 links who are the next ones in from them, and two middles in the middle. And the middles will sometimes be referred to as 3s, and the links will sometimes be referred to as 2s. So when you talk about a 32 setup, that's one of your middles going and dumping the ball for the 2, your link to go and pick up.
There we go. So
another penalty coming there to Taipans. There's been a lot of penalties so far in this game. The referees, I think, have kept control of things reasonably well, but both teams will be looking to minimise that throughout the rest of the game, because they can put themselves under pressure. As Taipans look to score here, and the pass doesn't quite go to hand here on the left-hand edge, and the Saxons will come away. A little bit of space created there just on this left-hand edge, but Taipans just unable to finish.
So the Saxons take possession once again.
Good to have you back there, Jono. I thought I was going to have to lead commentate for 5 minutes.
Sorry, just a query coming in my ear.
15 minutes of amateur hour here with me doing that on my own. Well, wouldn't have gone well.
It's been all day of amateur hour with me at the house.
Another good touch there with Vicky Stevens coming up from link. They've been proactive in getting those links forward. We'll see if it creates space on this right-hand side.
Down he goes now. Was there a touch? I think there was. It was claimed. is given. So back to the 7 metres for the Taipans.
So it's been a long time camped down there on this Saxons line. We'll see if Saxons have the discipline to keep their defensive shape and hold them out, or if Taipans can make the breakthrough here. That's a good line run there.
There was a touch there. Jem Palmer just getting the touch in. Back to 7 metres, the Taipans go.
I think that was the fifth touch in the set, so they'll be looking to create something out of nothing here, and it ends up just going to floor, and Saxons will come away. But Saxons will come away right on the opposite side to their box, so see if Taipans can apply a little bit of pressure and try to make this as difficult a rucking set for them as possible. Come flying out of the traps early, that's a good start. First touch on the 7. Very good work from Taipans.
Just a reminder that this stream will be ending at the end of this game, and there will be another stream available on the England Touch YouTube channel.
Not shot from Chris Wheeler's phone.
Which will be showing all 4 finals. So once this game is finished, back into the YouTube menu, go on the England Touch, and you will find the stream there for you.
There's nothing else happening today. No test match, no Man City Spurs game. Stay here and watch the Touch for the next 4 hours. Got some great finals coming up.
There are some great finals coming up. And that will be starting with the women's 35s between the South East Sharks and the Midlands Tigers.
Look forward to that. I've been trying to petition Chris to get all of our tournaments moved to this ground for the rest of the summer, because every time I come here, Joe Root gets a century in a test match. But I don't think we're going to get away with it.
It is a great ground. And from a broadcasting point of view, nice big gantry that we can broadcast from, with a lovely camera position right in the centre of the pitch.
It is a good position, yeah. I have to say, I haven't been up a ladder in a very long time, so I feel myself just coming up here to the commentary position like a bit like a deer trying to climb a ladder. but here I am, and yeah, fantastic viewpoint to see these games.
Yeah, carrying equipment up is has its challenges as well.
Yeah, no, thank you.
So there's Southwest Saxons using their latest set of 6. Taipans taking possession once again. 27 minutes gone almost. 5-3 the Saxons lead. So the Taipans with work to do. At the moment, the Saxons favourites to make the final, but plenty of time for the Taipans to get back into this.
And they've shown the ability to put scores on the board in that first half. So yeah, Saxons need to stay on it here. They need to stay focused. If they could grab another one themselves, I think it would make them feel a lot better. But yeah, so far it's just been a solid defensive display in the second half from Saxons.
We often hear it that a 2-goal lead or a 2-point lead is sometimes the worst. Is that the case in touch rugby as well?
I mean, in my experience, having trying to hold on to a 1-score lead for 40 minutes isn't fun. Yeah, no, again, it's them coming through on the scoop again from Saxons. The Taipans haven't been able to stop them getting in goal, and they've done a decent job of finding free players. So another score off the scoop from Saxons, and well, we'll see if psychologically they, now they've got away from that dreaded 2-score lead, if they start to open up a bit. But yeah, again, I think it'll just be a case of sort of trusting the way they've defended so far in this game for Saxons.
Rosie Kells with another score. Again finding herself open to get the ball down, and the Saxons with some valuable breathing space now. 12 minutes to go and 3 points ahead.
Again, another penalty given away here on the scoreline, and there's been quite a few of them, as I mentioned, as we just see this quickly unfold. Lots of space there. There's the finish.
Given, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Just getting the step back on the little quickie play and into the next hole. It's often one of the hardest ones to defend. When you get that next ball coming in, you want to keep reasonable spacing as a link and make sure you don't get overly compressed in the middle. But when you get those tight little quickie plays close around the ruck, it's the link that's got to come in and cover that space. And just too much to ask of the defensive link there. And a good score from Taipans, who are right back in it.
So the Saxons with their latest attack. Now back to 2 points again. However, they quickly reach the 7-metre line. Good touch there. Alexandra Willis getting the touch in.
Again, the penalty coming. I can just see Geordie giving the explanation there. I thought Alex Willis had made a good touch and got back on side, but apparently not. And that one will be given. Again, just testing that hole back on the inside. I said with it's Alex Willis making the touch again there, and she's done the right thing covering her short side. She just needs a little bit of help back on the inside. You can see the Saxons player making that step and being able to dive for the line. You want to get a little bit more help back there to stop those scores from happening. But again, Saxons showing that they've got the ability to score, and it's, how long have we got left? It's a long road back.
10 minutes left now.
10 minutes and 3 scores in it. That's a tough ask for Taipans, but we'll see what they've got on this set.
Taipans just breaking down there, and the Saxons have possession back once again.
Yeah, little signs of miscommunication, I think, there. So it's good pressure in this defensive set from Taipans. They've been aggressive, getting up out of the line, and with last touch coming here, Saxons have found some space, but yeah, Taipans will shut it down. It's a good place to turn over the ball. Good chance to get a strike at the end of this set.
So the Taipans 10 metres away from the halfway line. You feel they have to go up and score here, really, Ed, don't you?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, time is running short, and you want to see that urgency put into the play there, and that's fantastic work. Fantastic work from Tina Veal there, getting herself on the ball multiple times and looking to scoop through.
There was a touch, though.
Interesting. I think they possibly could have allowed her to play through on that one. I think when the touch was eventually made, the defender was still short, but they will get another opportunity here, Taipans. Again, lots of penalties on the line, but they haven't come consecutively. They've come in sort of 1s and 2s.
Down it goes, but I think there was a touch as it went through. Yeah, so back to the 7-metre.
Yeah, I'm interested just to watch the discipline, because for those who don't know, if a defending team concedes 3 consecutive penalties close to their own line, they will lose a player. Yeah. But we've just seen them say in 1s and 2s, and lots of penalties near the scoreline, but not quite in that volume. But it could be coming as the pressure just builds from Taipans here, and they look to find space.
Again, I think there was a touch, and that will be the 6. And Saxons have possession again. 7.5 minutes remaining.
Do Saxons just start to take a little bit of time getting the ball into play with not too long to go?
Is it now, from a Saxons point of view, all about game management?
Yeah, I mean, there's two aspects to that, really. There are little sort of things you can do in terms of just, maybe just taking a little bit longer just to get the ball in play at the start of the sets and so on. But ultimately, the best way to stop the opposition from scoring is to go down and drive hard and kill the ball on their 7-metre line. So there's no value to taking pace off the game while the ball's in play. So you'd still expect to see Saxons trying to drive hard and trying to end sets in the right area. But there's little cute things you can do. You accidentally run over the mark a couple of times and have to go back to dump the ball and things like that. And we'll see if that starts to come into play. But I think they'll just keep playing their game for the last 5 minutes. It's been serving them well to this point.
At the 7-metre, Taipans. That is the 6th touch, and again the Saxons take possession as the clock starts to run down. 6 minutes to go.
if you're Taipans, you want to start thinking about being extra aggressive in defence. You've got to try to maybe just get an opportunity to cause a spill, or maybe win a penalty with a poor roll ball or something like that. If they allow Saxons to complete sets and drive all the way up the field, then I think time is probably run out on them here. So I'd like to see them be nice and aggressive in defence, and obviously looking to get this ball back in play.
Yep, just 5 minutes and 30-ish seconds, and you have to feel it's an extremely uphill task now for the Taipans. They're going to have to get turnovers, they're going to have to get scores. I'm sure they'll keep going until that final hooter goes, but it's looking promising for the Southwest Saxons now to reach the final.
Can a Taipan go uphill? How does that work with snakes? Is that possible? I mean, I imagine it must be.
I'm sure they can manage it.
Let us know in the YouTube comments something about how snakes manage to move uphill. Yeah, got a good chance here to start a set from inside the Saxons half. Saxons can go uphill, I know that's a thing.
Over the 10 metre drop down, just rough patch on the pitch there.
Taipan's number 12 there, Tina. She's the player I'd want on the ball when you need a score. She's someone who can make something happen.
It's a good touch. Taipans quick to get moving once again, but handling error gives the Southwest Saxons a fresh set of 6. And time now running out.
3, 4, 5 seconds out of the game just to get that ball back in play.
Here they come. Over halfway now.
Yeah, just about completing sets now for Saxons, making sure they get through all 6. Try and leave the ball here, maybe try and overrun the mark by about 15 metres and just jog it back. And yeah, I wouldn't mind another 10 there. I think Jen Palmer's milked that one for all it was worth, and Taipans get that extra 10 metres and then lose the ball.
Oh, that's has been described to me earlier, a coach killer.
It's just a coach's excuse for not preparing your players. I've tried it, it doesn't wash.
Right. Saxons driving towards the line, and they're in no hurry now.
Jen will take all the time she's got to get this back on the mark.
Into the final 3 minutes. Still Saxons with that 3-point cushion.
Excellent read there.
Great play, and that is going to do it, I think.
I would think so.
8th for the Saxons.
Strong, good pick up there, good option. You can see the Taipans defence starting to drift from left to right to cover that sweeper coming round. Leaves all the space, leaves the body positions turned in. So that short side pick up, nice easy score in the end there for Saxons.
So Beth Newton with the 8th for the Saxons. And that will be them into the 27's final. Is that a score for the Taipans? It is.
Good finish there from Rachel Keane. Just extends that arm out, gets that ball down. I don't think the defender was anticipating that she'd just reach that arm forwards and get the ball on the line. So excellent finish. Too little too late probably for Taipans, but they've shown some good attacking intent throughout this game and put some good scores on the board. Saxons, I think, have just had a little bit too much in particularly in the scooping game, and have been very clinical when it comes to putting scores on the board up around the 7. So well done to Saxons. It's not over yet though. Stranger things have happened.
90 seconds remaining as the Saxons get to the 7 metre. And, a little bit of more urgency in the play. They don't really need to. They've still got a 3-point cushion with 70 seconds or so remaining. I think that was a touch.
A fantastic diving touch there. So Saxons said no urgency, but they'd like to put the icing on the cake and finish with one more, as will Taipans here, just to get a nice score to finish their game strongly.
Just a reminder that this stream will be finishing after this game, and there will be a fresh stream for the finals on the England Touch YouTube page. So head there after this game. We'll get the stream up pretty much straight away, and you can enjoy all 4 finals that are scheduled for this afternoon. We'll see the Southwest Saxons in the women's 27s. That is coming up at 3:30. And at 1:30 our first final will be the women's 35s, the South East Sharks against the Midlands Tigers.
Tune in for a live discussion on whether or not Sharks can travel uphill.
And there goes the hooter, and there's the final touch, and it's congratulations to the Southwest Saxons as they make the final of the women's 27s. A great 8-5 victory for them. So Ed, thank you so much for joining me. Great fun.
You're very welcome. It's been a pleasure. A windy experience up here, but yeah, a fantastic game to watch. So thanks for having me.
Okay, we are going to end it here now on the stream. So please join us in a couple of minutes' time on the England Touch YouTube page. We're going to start the next stream in the next 30 seconds or so. And in 10 minutes' time, you will be able to enjoy the first of our finals, the women's 35 South East Sharks against the Midlands Tigers. But for now, from Nottingham, it's goodbye.
Cheers, John.
Thanks, thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. It's nice to have a bit of a laugh as well. That's what I always enjoy.
I try my best. I spend too much of my life taking stuff very seriously. So. All right,
great.
I'll find myself a seat in the stands and watch the 35s. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.